Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here, and great to see a number of people in the crowd. You know, if you see the council chewing on their arm or something, it's because we've been working since 9 o'clock and we didn't get a chance to break for lunch, so, you know, they're a little bit hungry, but I'm just teasing. So we'll go ahead and get this meeting of January 27th to order. For the record, it's 1:10. If you'll call roll, please.
Mayor Barrone?
Present.
Councilmember Peralta?
Here.
Councilmember Han?
Here.
Councilmember Cantu? Here. Councilmember Gonzales?
Here. So, Paul, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? If all would stand, remove your hats if you have them.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you'll remain standing for a brief moment of silence. I know we had one of our own here, former employee of the town, Mr. Jim Simmons, that passed away. A brief moment of silence for him and all in our community that continue to suffer, and that their pains might be eased. Thank you. Council, we have approval of the agenda next. There was one item that we left off inadvertently, and it would be under item E, Department of the Year. We want to make sure that we have this on the agenda. I don't believe I see it on there, so.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if we could insert that between B and C.
B and C?
Right after
Okay.
Employee of the Year.
Okay.
And, I believe in our workshop, there was some discussion that we might, under mayor or council's report, also add discussion by the attorney with regards to an affordable housing project for possible consideration.
Okay.
Under reports from the council, right?
Yeah.
Or mayor, okay.
All right, with those two items, we have a motion to approve the agendas.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Do we have a second to that?
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Gonzales?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
So the next item on the agenda, and it's, you know, a great opportunity for us to really recognize our employees that have been here and served our community, continue to serve our community. Some of them have been here for 5 years. Some of them have been here for 20 years. And it's great. Our employees are what makes our town work, you know, from the streets to the lighting to all aspects of the Taos government, you know, and it's great to be able to honor those employees, and we really wish they continue this trend, that they continue to serve our community, continue to serve in the capacity that they serve. And so with that, I just really like to give the council an opportunity to chime in and talk about our employees a little bit, and then we have some certificates that we'd like to present to them. So, council? Go ahead. If you'd like to say something.
Well, in the past, Mr. Mayor, we've always made it a point to recognize, and I think this takes it that one step further, because we usually do it at the State of the Town address, but I think to do it publicly with the public here in front of us at one of our regular meetings kind of solidifies our commitment to our employees and making sure that we provide the best work environment, and also that hopefully, I know at times we're not the easiest council to work under. But again, just thank you so much for all your hard work and the dedication that you put forth in this community. It definitely does not go unnoticed, and our constituents tell us frequently, and I think this is our way of kind of giving that back to you. So again, thank each and every one of you and your families for the work that you do for the town of Taos.
Council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to also
offer my thanks and gratitude for all of that the town employees do, not just in the 8 hours a day that they may come to town, but in their support for the community itself. There's a lot of our employees who do volunteer work, and they also do work after hours. They also help our citizens as they need whenever there's an issue or a comment and a concern. They try to get the information that is necessary to take care of those needs, and I really appreciate that, because we are all one family in this community, and together we make it what it is. And that support that the employees give to the community is appreciated by everyone who's out there, and we appreciate it here as the council and the mayor. Thank you.
Councilwoman?
Yeah, I was really big before I got into office on public document requests, and I was always impressed on how professional the staff was. And now that I've been in for the last 10 months, I just know that the staff of the Town of Taos just goes that extra mile, and your professionalism is so appreciated. You are an awesome team to work with, and I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you.
Councilman Han?
I can't outdo my three fellow councilors. They've said it all, but thank you to the employees, and thank you for your professionalism.
So if you, Council, if you would give them a big round of applause. Council.
Yeah, I'm coming. Go ahead, Mr. Bills.
So, Mr. Ballas, we didn't give you a chance at this. You know, I know those employees mostly work under your direction and the everyday aspect of it, so I know that you would.
I just want to say it's a great team. It's a pleasure working with you, with all of you. I know that every day, everybody out there does everything they can to make this a better organization and to provide the best possible service. And your willingness through ups and downs and cuts and everything else we go through as a government to stay with us this long and show that kind of dedication to the public is really worthy of the praise of all of us that are up here and all of the public. So thank you.
So the first group that we're going to recognize is our 5-year dedicated public servants to the town of Taos. And so Loretta Anaya. Zach Gonzales. Please rise. I didn't see Zach. Linda Montoya. Yes. Thank you. Pam Pacheco. Tomasita Ramirez. Next, we have our 10 years of dedicated public service. Mary Archuleta. Brian Greer. I thought you were part of the furniture. Vanessa Martinez. Valerie Mondragon. Dennis Ortega. Ronald Vasquez. Melissa Vigil. They're all working. Next, we have our 15 years of dedicated public service. Lupita Morgas. Elias Padilla. Sir, it's always an honor. Barbara Yuma Romero. And 20 years of service, Jonathan Evans. And Annette Montoya. So I'm going to invite Amy up. And it's always so great to see our employees, you know, not only in the town setting, but out in the community, because they're always willing to help. They're always willing to work together. And it's a great opportunity for us to at least recognize those employees of the town of Taos. So again, thank you for your service. Thank you for doing what you do.
This afternoon, we'd also like to recognize some outstanding employees who did exemplary public service in 2014. The primary characteristics that we were looking for was extraordinary dedication to public service, which is demonstrated by excellence and professionalism, work quality, customer service, and teamwork. So I'd like to recognize 2 employees as co-employees of 2014. The first one is Linda Montoya. We really appreciate all your efforts.
Congratulations again.
And the other employee for the Employee of the Year for 2014 is Dinah Gonzales of the Planning Department. Okay. And I will turn the mic over to Mr. Bellis.
In addition to Employees of the Year, we thought about the idea of maybe recognizing a manager, but we really couldn't pick one person because I have to say we have a really great management team. I mean, everybody here just surprises me every day that they're on top of things before they even happen. So what we decided to do was keep with the tradition of a Department of the Year. And again, that was a really tough choice. IT really cranked it up. Library, you can just go down the list. Every one of the departments. Police department was just absolutely outstanding this year. But in the end, the department we chose, I think everybody will agree, these are folks that every day, every minute of the day, they have to put their life on the line. They have to be ready to go and respond in a second. This year in particular, with all the incidents we've had out at the Gorge, the house fires, on top of all of that, and Chief Gonzales, I have to say to you, thanks, because with all of that to do, he has moved up inspections, he has moved up hydrant testing, everything to be ahead of schedule. So they have really been outstanding, and I'm sure you've guessed it by now. But Taos Fire Department and Taos Volunteer Fire Department for 2014 is selected as the Department of the Year in grateful appreciation for your vigilance, your professionalism, your dedication to the safety of our community, presented this 27th day of January by the Mayor and the Council. Please come forward, Chief. All of you guys. In case some of you don't know it, they're not just the fire department for the town of Taos, but their region goes all the way out to the Gorge. It covers Hondo, Seco. They back up pretty much every one of the county fire departments all the way up to the Ski Valley. So they have a huge territory to cover. So it's not just the hundreds and hundreds of calls they do for us, but they also go out for the car accidents. They back up the police department. They back up EMS and everybody. So if there's any call that goes out, they're there, and obviously critical to our community. And I thank each and every one of you for the job you do every day for the town.
Next, we want to recognize, we have a number of volunteers in our community that continue to give back to our community. And, you know, every time we're looking for people to serve on boards, we're looking for people to you know, planning department and planning commission and the different organizations that we have out there, that we continue to look for volunteers. And there's a lot of people in our community that continue to step up and have served continually for years and years and years. And so we just really wanted to recognize some of those people. You know, you know, a lot of times it's a thankless job. You know, they take the heat for the council, they take the heat for the community, and we don't ever get to really thank them publicly. So, you know, this is an opportunity for us to really thank those volunteers, and on behalf of the mayor and council, and grateful appreciation for your unselfish dedication and in recognition of your hard work to the town of Taos and to the citizens of this community. So that's what our plaques read, and our first volunteer that we really want to recognize is Justin Lee. In Planning and Zoning Commission, Douglas Patterson. Taos Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Ezra Bales. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks so much. Historic Preservation and Planning and Zoning Commission, Jim Pollard. Sir, thank you for your work. Historic Preservation and Planning and Zoning Commission, Mr. Pavel Lukes. My friend. Taos Parks and Advisory Board, Mr. Mark Yarvitz. Sir, thank you. Oh, yeah. Taos Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Annette Bowden. Historic Preservation Commission, Mr. Oscar Palacios. On our Airport Advisory Board, Don Francisco Trujillo. Taos Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Shally Barr. We worked her pretty hard.
For a long time.
Thank you.
Oh. That's fair enough. Thank you very much. My pleasure.
And look, she can still move after all that work. Taos Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Randolph Pierce. Planning and Zoning Commission, Mr. Jim Thompson. And Taos Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Miss Debbie Friday Jaggers. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Unexpected pleasure. Thank you very much.
Okay, go ahead.
We have one more, and Kathy Cordova for 10 years of service in Living Treasures.
Stand corrected, 14 years.
I've been corrected, as always happens with when I have to learn my lessons here. It was 14 years for Living Treasures.
Again, we want to thank all those volunteers that continue to serve, and he has your plaque, just one second. So, to continue to serve and, you know, in the capacities you guys serve at. I know it takes a lot of time out of your days, out of your families, and, you know, we want to thank your families for those opportunities that you offer us. So thank you again.
We'd also like to bring up Tina Quintana, the co-chair for Living Treasures.
I was asked if I wanted to say something, and my former students would never believe if I said I had nothing to say. So I just want to thank the community, and I want you to keep those nominations coming so that we can honor the elders in the community, because that's what keeps it going. They deserve it. We want to honor them while they're still here, not when they're gone. And there is a reason why Tina became the co-chair. Not only are we good friends, and she's my partner in crime sometimes, but her parents were the first recipients of the Living Treasures. So we were going back to our history and said, because of your parents, you're stuck with us now. But keep the nominations coming. We will be having the Living Treasures this year, August 30th at the Harwood. So it'll be in the paper, and look for the announcements. Thank you.
You know, so we're always looking for volunteers, so I know we got a call from the high school just recently, and we're looking for volunteers for the science fair judging. So if there's anybody out there who would want to volunteer for we got some people out there, Counselor, if we can get with Counselor Hahn, we got 2 of them out there, so. 3. So, appreciate it, that'd be great.
Science fair will be at the middle school, 1 to 6. Get there early. Just tell them you're volunteering to judge. We need judges.
On Friday.
On Friday. Did I not say that?
No.
Friday, 1 to 6, Taos Middle School. They'll give you a packet. It's a lot of fun. And I'll just take this little PR moment. Taos School District ranks #1 in the state for the most science fair participants, the most qualifying for regionals, the most going to state, and the most going to nationals and internationals. So, thank you, teachers and students and parents. Friday, 1 to 5.
So
1 to 6.
So we'll go ahead and move on to item D, introduction of hired employees or new hirees. And we'll go to Amy.
Okay, we also do some hiring at the Town of Taos, and so we like to recognize a recently hired employee. She actually started with us in December and became a permanent probationary employee effective as of January 15th. So we'd like to welcome Amberly Valdez to the legal department. She's our new paralegal. Don't be shy.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
You know, and it's always nice when we have, you sit behind the desk in the mayor's office, and every now and then, not only do we get complaints, but we also get opportunities that, people really thank our employees. And this week, we got a call from the state, from the CDBG grant office, and they really got a call from Mr. Steve Lacey, I believe his name was, and he really wanted to thank, we had our closeout of our last year's CDBG, and he really wanted to compliment Miranda Quintana. And then he, not only that, but he said it was such a pleasure working with him, with her. And then he went on, and then, because Linda is now overseeing the new CDBG, and really complimented her and both of these on how professional they were, and he's never seen this kind of profession in CDBG in the state. So I really like to mention that here at the meeting. We were talking about our employees, but it's great to hear when there's something good in our community and we have people in the state level actually complimenting our employees. So I just want to bring that out, that, there's always good in what we do also. So thank you to our employees. So next we go on to our presentation under item 7, presentation by the Taos Arts Council, presentation by the Taos Arts Council for the January Artist of the Month, and I guess we'll be looking at you, Mr. Paul. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Taos Arts Council responded quickly to the need for public art in Town Hall when all of a sudden those walls were going to be empty. So today it's my pleasure as the Vice President of the Taos Arts Council to come before the Council and all the assembled visitors and staff to introduce a new pilot program for putting art in public spaces. You'll notice to your right, to the audience left, is a large new painting. And we're delighted with this opportunity, and I want to thank Town Manager Rick Bellis and also the Facilities Department and their staff in making this pilot program appear in council chambers today. Teruku Wild was born in Nagoya, Japan, and as a teenager, she moved to the United States. She studied at the University of Cincinnati and at the Columbus College of Art and Design in Ohio. She is an award-winning artist with numerous one-person and group exhibitions. Last year, she was selected the poster artist for the 40th Taos Fall Arts Festival with her oil painting, Glorious Morning. Teruku moved to Taos in 1986. We seem to acquire many artists moving to Taos. It's an art colony. It has a history of embracing both visual artists and other creative artists. She's listed in Who's Who in America, Who's Who in the West, the International Directory of Distinguished Leadership, and I could go on and on with my 5 minutes to acknowledge her accomplishments. But as a presenter today, I'd like all of us just to take, I think it's maybe 17 seconds that the average visitor spends in front of a painting at a museum. So let's just spend 15 seconds looking at this painting and exploring it in the way that you feel comfortable before I share with you some observations. Okay, Thank you. Taraku is recognized and admired for her Southwest series. This group of colorful oil paintings include, and perhaps you saw these when you spent a time, expansive skies, or approaching storms, or moody sunsets. Glorious Morning expresses the awesomeness of northern New Mexico landscape in a meditative and expansive way. This large 72 inches by 60-inch oil painting recreates both emotional as well as physical elements from her surroundings. Now I'll get a little technical with some art components. With overlays of color, creating texture and intriguing shapes, as past and present, the viewer is constantly moved by her work. Recently, her work is moving into semi-abstract format, utilizing drip techniques in oil that form into representations of mountain tree trunks or other recognizable parts of the landscape. To quote the artist, "Growth in technique and spiritual awareness are leading me more and more toward fully abstracted views of the world. As always, I am influenced by that initial childhood appreciation of the seasons and landscape we live in. Autumn colors and the peaceful yet spiritual feeling of winter and the predictability of the changing seasons will always be my inspiration." So I hope in your 10 to 15 seconds of looking at this work, you perhaps can reference some of those words and descriptions that I just shared with you. Taraku is represented by the Total Arts Gallery here in Taos. That gallery was established in 1969 and represents over 40 nationally recognized artists. Its founder, Harold Giller, worked professionally as a painter, violinist, and gallery owner in Sausalito, California, prior to moving to Taos in 1969. Harold has continued his fine art and musical pursuits by participating in local groups like the Santa Fe Community Orchestra, and is a founder and board member for the Music from Angel Fire for over 31 years, a northern New Mexico internationally recognized music festival. The Total Arts Gallery hallmarks are consistency, quality, service, and creating a family they embrace, that embraces dedicated artists and shares their work with people who seek quality art for their lifetime enrichment. The Taos Arts Council is a nonprofit organization working to make sure that Taos has a vibrant, vital, and active arts environment. So thank you again for letting us try out this program, Mayor and Council members. And remember that the mission of the Arts Council is to promote awareness, understanding, appreciation, and development of all the creative arts in order to enhance the quality of life in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. It's a great opportunity. You know, every time we change out that display in the town building over there, it just amazes me, the artists in our community and the surrounding area. You know, the present one, Mr. Barron in there, it always brings chuckles to me as we walk down the halls. So it's a great opportunity for us to display that art of our local artists. So thank you again for this opportunity. So council, anything from council? Not, we'll go on to Citizens Forum. Citizens wish to speak shall have the opportunity to do so, and we'll limit that to 5 minutes, and no action will be taken. Anybody in the community that'd like to address?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, are we going to go off the sign-up sheet, or are we just going to raise hands and rush?
Well, we can, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people on the sign-up sheet. I mean, if you want to raise your hand, or if, Phil, you're first on the list, if you want to take that opportunity, please.
Good afternoon, council. I'm Philip Econom. I'm with the Not Forgotten Outreach. There's a couple things I'd like to address the council about. This weekend, we had our ski weekend, our annual ski weekend. It was the second annual ski weekend, and we're looking forward to more. As the consensus was presented with to the management at Taos Ski Valley, the numbers were surpassing last year. We had veterans from over 7 states come. We had over 700 veterans for the whole weekend. Don Peters and Kim Sanchez would like to express thank you to the council, the Town of Taos, for the banner, for the shuttle service up to APM, up to the Ski Valley. Even though we didn't have any riders, it was nice that it was there. Also, they wish to thank you, the VFW Post 3259 and the Rotary Club for their efforts and their help with the weekend. Now, we spoke with, this morning, Don called me and he spoke with the Taos Ski Valley management, and next year they want to make it a ski week. That because of with the merchants here in town and in Ski Valley, and the numbers were surpassed as far as sales went and lodging. We'd also like to thank the El Pueblo Lodge and the Sagebrush for their efforts and their special rates. And it was a great weekend. Everybody had fun. There were no issues, and it was just a wonderful, wonderful weekend for all the veterans that came from over 7 states to be here in Taos. And they loved it. And like I said, I talked with several of the veterans, and they all loved it very much, and they love Taos. A lot of them were first-timers, and they will be back again next year. I did forget something here. Also, Don Peters asked me to express they're going to be closing on the bed and breakfast, Arenda Respite, that we have gotten acquired down in Sunset Park. And we also have made up these signs here to point to the memorial garden that we are building for veterans. And we made up the signs, and now we just need to put them around Taos. And that's what we need permission from you guys to do. And that's it. And we should be closing on the Arenda by the end of the month and be able to get it going. Dave, you going to get your tool belt and ready to go for that? All right. And that's about it. And this is just need to know who to talk to and know where to place these signs so we can get people down to our gardens and our goats. And that's about it.
Mr. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Phil, where exactly is the Veterans Garden for the listening audience at home?
It's down in Sunset Park, down in Val Verde Commons, and that's where we have our goats, and we have our memorial garden is going to be going up, as well as our farming project garden.
So, Mr. Mayor, if we could get, I don't know if it would be French within the Streets Department, and Chief, maybe some coordination with you to help get the signs distributed. I think it's a great initiative.
Like we said, we've made probably excess of 20 of these signs, so we can put them up around town to point our veterans in the right direction.
Thank you, Phil.
All right, and I think that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We'll go to Lynn Fitzgerald.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, manager. What I want to do is just read a quick statement. My name is Lynn Fitzgerald. My background is with Arizona Main Street and Taos Project from the Town of Taos. I would like to request that the vote on the location of the farmers market be tabled until a special farmers market meeting is held with the stakeholders that are directly and financially affected by the location decision. The other meetings have been too large, with many other issues looped in with the discussion. There are many issues that affect this decision, such as, number one, whether a location impedes with the traffic flow through the historic district during the peak summer season. Number two, whether parking, traffic access, and bus access are properly considered for a location. Number 3, whether a lease is suitable considering the economic impact and other problems that might arise during the season at any location, at any of the locations you choose. Number 4, whether specific hours would be applied to a location, whether existing businesses would be blocked by farmers' booths. Number 6, whether the number of vendors would be regulated according to available spaces at a site. Number 7, whether farmers would be charged a fee to be paid to the Town of Taos. At this time, the majority of the farmers do not pay any gross receipts tax. A fee would cover the maintenance and other town expenditures that might develop. It would also create a funding source for the needs of the historic district. A fee estimate of $15 to $25 per farmer per event would be reasonable. In Casa Grande, Arizona, where I was Main Street Director, our farmers market was a funding resource for the Main Street program, and it worked quite well. It covered advertising and everything else, and then it went back into the coffers for the Main Street. And we do need funding sources for the historic district in Taos. Number 8, whether trucks would be allowed at a site, whether expanding the farmers market to include animals is a safe and a hygienic issue considering open stall food products that are on site. Number 10, whether a location is in the best interest for the growth and development of the farmers market, which we all do love. So, in conclusion, last summer the farmers market was not properly evaluated when they first appeared on the Taos Plaza. It is now time to review the impact the farmers market might have on any location and develop some rules and guidelines. Considering the above listed issues, the town hall parking lot seems to be the location most suited for the farmers market at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thanks, Lynn.
Thank you, Lynn.
Amberly Valdez. Amberly?
Oh, Mayor, we were having people sign in for the CDBG planning application.
Oh, okay.
That's part of, we're having a public hearing later. today,
Right.
and,
That's next on the agenda.
sign-in sheet, so I was getting everybody.
Okay, not a problem. Jeff Northrup, were you on? Okay, then go ahead. Just raise your hand and come on up. Uh-oh, that's not to hook me. That wasn't that bad.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, Mr. Manager, when I was in my 20s, I had a team of Clydesdales. If you don't know what they are...
Your name for the record.
Oh, Neil Filkey.
Sorry about that, Neil.
If you don't know what Clydesdales are, I'm sure you've seen them in the Budweiser commercials. They were highly spirited, and a lot of times they didn't want to operate as a team. If they knew I had the buggy whip, they were like angels. Now, I know you like props as metaphors with your brand new work gloves, and I came here to present you. You got the gavel, but I came to present you with the buggy whip. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Who's the whip for, though? Because unlike the horses, I kick back.
Go ahead, Mr. Northrup.
Thank you for letting me appear. Neil, for many years, I raced horses. I didn't need a whip that long. I only needed one about this long. Maybe I should have been elected mayor. Daniel, a week ago Friday, during a 4-hour meeting on the status of Rick Bellis's employment, a member of the audience made several negative comments about your deceased father, Isaac Gonzales. For many very good reasons, your father was a highly respected and even revered member of our community. He was a community treasure. On many occasions, I've jumped out of my chair to object to words spoken in this chamber, and I'm ashamed of myself for not doing so Friday and coming to your honorable father's defense. On a different matter, In 2006, I fought the hiring of Eddie Lucero as Taos Police Chief, including speaking before this body and paying for a 2/3 page ad in the Taos News, exposing the incompetence of Eddie Lucero. During that summer, I was publicly labeled as a racist by, among others, DA Donald Gallegos, Council members Darren Cordova, Rudy Abeda, and Erlinda Gonzales, your mother. The tradition of so labeling non-Hispanic government critics continues to this day, most prominently on DMC Radio, stations owned by former Mayor Darren Cordova. His brother Daniel, a violent and hateful person, spews racial hate for 3 hours most every morning on station 99.1. Andrew, you've often appeared on DMC Radio. Last week, you had a lengthy interview on Daniel's show and sat silently as he uttered one hateful racial statement after another. Failure to speak on your part showed, at best, tacit agreement to his spiteful words. Your comments in many cases bordered on racism, but were not nearly as blatant. I believe it is irresponsible for any government employee to affiliate themselves in any way with the racist DMC broadcasting. I also ask that any DMC advertisers to reconsider their support of this modern-day Ku Klux Klan. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ladies first.
Thank you, David.
Beauty before age, Mr. Mapes.
My name is Cindy Gustafson, and I'm the executive assistant with the Couch Sharp Historic Site. I left on your desk, each of you, a brochure. This year is the 100-year anniversary of the founding of the Taos Society of Artists. They have influenced art in the Southwest and in Taos for over 100 years. They have brought collectors like Rockefeller, the Smithsonian Institute, and others to the Taos. Our interest this year is the first time that the museums and art organizations in Taos have come together to make this tremendous celebration. Working Class Theater is going to make a presentation during the year in different venues. The Paseo will do pop-ups of music and other entertainment. Taos Arts Council will have fall arts. All of the museums are having special exhibits that will relate to the TSA members and their artwork. We are asking that the town back us both financially and by openly supporting our initiatives in order to help us advertise the 100-year anniversary. Each of the independent organizations will do their own advertising. In the fall, we'll be able to do a New Mexico tourism ad, a co-op grant type thing. But we need money ahead of time and also support just to have the town's backing. We expect to draw tourists from New York, Florida, Colorado, all over the place actually, Arizona, Oklahoma, Texas, and many other states, because it's a once-in-a-lifetime event. We have currently been notified by CNN, who is wishing to do a 100-year segment around the world, or around the United States, and have notified us because they know about our 100-year. We also have New Mexico Magazine is doing a special article about the 100-year. In addition, the Caus Foundation, because of our namesake, we are advertising in Fine Art Connoisseur, Western Art Collector, the Smithsonian. We have New Mexico True, where we advertise. We do any free advertisement all over the world. And we are holding the roundtable discussion with the TSA descendants in June. And July 15th is the actual day of the founding, and we are looking to, with the backing and cooperation of the town, to have some special function, because that will fall between powwow on the 11th and 12th, I think, and then fiesta on the 17th. So that's a Wednesday, and we're hoping that we can get the mural room, show a DVD that we have of 100 years. It's like going back in time 100 years is what our DVD is called. In addition to just having dignitaries as yourself come and have other people come by and celebrate this wonderful occasion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Questions?
You know, I think it's a great opportunity for us here in this community, what you're bringing forward in this 100th anniversary. It's also the 400th anniversary of Taos.
Yes, if you notice, I have the
So
milestones.
I think that coordinating some of these efforts could be a very big draw for Taos. And so my question to you at this point is, have you made a formal request of what your needs are to our town manager at this time?
Actually, I have a meeting with you tomorrow.
Okay.
To do that. But I have spoken with Joni Griffin, and I've spoken with Adriana and Janet Webb and other people. I've met with the Tourism Council. I've met with Market Taos and LTBA.
Mhm. Well, I'm just asking the question because it's not clear in your presentation as to whether you're looking for just advertising dollars or something else besides. So that's why I was asking to make
I
sure we
think
get
it
that
will-
formal request in.
I think what we need from the town is the backing to do the events that we're wanting, and then to the assistance with advertising and marketing. Because we can do advertising and marketing in the spring, in the early summer, because we all have the funding for that. And then I guess the new year for the town starts June 30th, and you get a new budget for that. But actually, I did that the reverse. We need the funding in spring and summer. We can do the fall grant to get the grant from New Mexico Tourism for the fall advertising. And on the back of your brochure, you'll see a lot of the calendar entries. That is not the complete calendar. We have a lot more coming into us. So that's just what we've got put together today. And you're right, I left off the milestones. It is the first year of Kachina Lift at Taos Ski Valley, 50 years of the Rio Grande Gorge Bridge dedication of 1965, 100 years of the Taos Society of Artists, 200 years of the Ranchos Church, 300 of the Lavadas Ditch at Sakia, and 400 years of the Taos Plaza. So we're trying to incorporate all of those, but we thought it'd sound a little silly if we said, 1,000 years of Taos art, so we're going with the TSA symbol. And I've spoken with Joni Griffin about running the roadside banners that come up like we did with Remarkable Women and Adventures to Taos. And she has talked to me about their budget and what she has and what she can contribute to help with that. And so the other is just advertising and marketing that we need.
Are there any town facilities that you're going to need for?
I want to use the mural room for the July 15th.
That's county.
Oh, county, I'm sorry. Well, then I don't
Sorry,
know.
I can't help you there.
Well, I don't know. I keep getting the question, is it county, is it city? So so I don't know that yet. Maybe, Paul, do you know? Paul's helping.
We certainly welcome the opportunity to work with the Taos Volunteer Fire Department again.
Yeah,
for
for
an
the-
excellent collection, which is often hidden from public view, the Firehouse Collection, as we celebrate the 100. Yes, let's have a big blowout at Town Hall outside in that wonderful area that you need to utilize more.
Be great.
I'm just asking that, when you meet with Mr. Bellis, if you could provide him with some town facilities that you may need for different events throughout the year so that we can
Okay.
get them calendared in
Okay, perfect.
and make sure that there isn't a conflict with somebody else.
Right, and that's what we've tried to do with the meeting. We started having these meetings with all of the art organizations 9 months ago, so that none of us stepped on each other's toes when we were trying to lay out our calendar of events. So we'll do the same thing then with the county and with the town.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One of the things that we really consider is, public safety, the public safety support. So we'll need to make sure that our chief is, and everybody's involved in that. So.
Right, and I'll provide him. Also on taos.org, the full calendar is there as it is today, but we'll continue to update that. But I'll work with the chief on that.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Appreciate
thank
it.
you for your presentation, and I'm glad you have an appointment tomorrow so soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and Manager Bellis. I wanted to just, I'm not here asking for anything. I was watching the last special meeting on
Excuse me,
Thursday,
sir. Can you
live
please
streaming
state
from
your name
home,
for the
by the way.
record?
Your name for the record.
I'm
if
sorry.
you're
My name is David Mapes. I own a business, art gallery on Kit Carson Road and a furniture making business. And I'm also, as some of you know, involved in other community endeavors. I'm on the marketing committee and some boards around town. So I tuned into the live streaming of the special meeting, and I'm very grateful that we're doing that, by the way. I think that's important. It seems to me, it's continuing the whole idea of open and transparent government, as I've been these meetings that you've been calling for public forums so you can get people's input. So listening to the discussion about the farmers market, I was glad to see people trying to work it out together, and I was glad to see some of the farmers market board coming up with creative solutions for the parking, because even us on Kit Carson Road noticed a lot more local traffic walking up and down from out of the neighborhoods to the farmers market, and seeing a lot of people coming into the shops that normally hadn't ever even been down that road, and it just seemed like it was adding a lot of vibrancy. My point isn't to support, that one way or another, but what I'm leading into sort of depends on whether or not the farmers market continues to be on the plaza. So one of the people talked about having wayfinding signs on the plaza that was indicate how people get to Ladue Street, how people get to Bent Street and John Dunn and all the outlying historic areas, and which I thought was a wonderful idea. And someone else asked, why aren't there painters on the plaza with the farmers market? And that was addressed, and good reasons were given why it wasn't. It's about sustainable agriculture in Taos and the farmers, not so much the art. But it made me get an idea that we ought to start something on Kit Carson Road. And I've talked to some of the other people, and I have so far not talked to everybody, but everyone I've talked to is enthusiastic. And we're going to call it the Taos Art Market. And it will be an initiative to encourage all the businesses to kind of push out of their doors, open their doors. It could be people painting, talks, demonstrations, and offer a real experiential kind of deal for the tourists, because that's what a lot of our visitors and vacationers appreciate, is they want to be more involved and might love to participate in a demonstration or even try out doing a monotype. So and it fits well with the 100-year anniversary celebration of the Taos Society of the Artists, so we're going to cooperate with what Cindy is doing with all of that. So, but I just wanted to tell you that all that discussion and watching that is what kind of precipitated this idea, and so I really do appreciate that. We might, could add music, but anyway, and there may be some things that come up that we may need some approval for the town, but I think what I'm proposing isn't anything that's going to impede traffic or add new signage or anything like that. So, but then, some of the other thoughts that I've had, someone else brought up the idea about moving the 4th of July to the plaza, which I realize just by the sound of it, it's an impossible idea, because people assume that means shooting fireworks from the plaza, although that would cause obviously a lot of problems with the public. But it did make me think that it might be something to consider, having something like, something going on in the plaza before the fireworks go off, and where families could come and they could barbecue, or the town could host a barbecue. But anyway, if that's something you all think might be worth pursuing, I'd be happy to help in whatever way I can. But I just want to mostly thank you so much for having these forums and for inviting the public to participate in making these meetings available to people who can't actually be here. And Friday or Thursday, last Thursday, with the mayor running around handing off the mic to the citizens that wanted to speak, and I noticed the council weren't in their podiums, they were out in the audience, and it just felt like honest, transparent government and democracy in action, and I'm really proud to be part of Taos, and that you all allow me individually and as a group to express myself and pester you with my ideas. Anyway, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Please.
I'm not sure which sheet I signed up on, but I think I was on there at some point. In any case, regardless, I also wanted to just give you a caveat beforehand. Thank you for appreciating your employees. As a former town employee, I can't tell you how important it is to receive support from those who are in leadership positions. very good of you to do that so publicly and so well. So regardless, Councilor, Mayor, Manager, I come here today to first apologize for how I delivered my resignation on January 16th, 2015. And secondly, to provide clarity as to why I chose to resign. That night, during such a heated public debate, I announced my resignation loudly and out of order. And Councilman Gonzales, I did it while you were speaking, and that was rude, and I apologize. Regardless, my resignation stands, and for some, both public officials and community members, the reasons for my sudden departure remain unclear. I've received several calls, and it was also mentioned in an article and an op-ed in last week's paper. So please allow me to provide some clarity. I came back to the town to again try to pursue economic development. Economic development is about creating permanent jobs that sell goods and services outside of Taos, thereby bringing new money into the community. This means moving Taos away from a dependence on the volatile tourism and retail industries that dominate our economy. To do this, we must attract new employers and encourage existing ones to invest in our community. Employers need to have a stable environment to invest in, which begins with local government. In the brief 2 weeks I spent again in the town's employ, I was faced with just how unstable this governing body is. As an economic developer working for the town, I would have to bring all economic development matters to the council for approval. That is, if I would even be able to convince an employer to take the risk of investing here. When you have an $86 million backlog of deferred infrastructure maintenance and a council and a community that is fighting amongst themselves, it's hard to impossible to sell the community, especially when there is not any real consensus among the council as to where it's leading the community. Furthermore, the council is apparently completely unaware of the existing economic development plan that was initially adopted by ordinance in 2010 and the expansion and update that was adopted by ordinance in 2013. I was the author of the 2010 foundational plan and the primary author of the 2013 update and expanded action plan, so I know very well that they exist and what the contents of those plans are. The only technical problem the town has in pursuing economic development is that its economic development ordinance is not updated to reflect changes in state statute. I personally wrote the ordinance to update our code to comply with the LEDA statute during my 2 weeks at the town, and hopefully that will come to you soon for adoption. To date, no movement has been made to implement the plan because the town as an organization lacks coherent and consistent leadership. And when I speak of leadership, I'm not talking about your departmental leadership or your town manager. I'm talking about, unfortunately, the council's composition and how it interacts. In my opinion, implementing the economic development plan should be a top priority, but that's my opinion. We are in an economic crisis and have been since 2006. Attempts to factually impart to the council the severity of our economic crisis have gone unacknowledged and appear to be unheard. I personally have been imparting this message since my arrival in Taos in 2008. And the downward trend of key economic indicators continue their decline. So economic development is an impossible task in the current climate within Taos County. It's not limited to the town itself, but is a regional issue. Economic development is not a quick fix. It's a long-term fix that requires consistency, continuity, and a unified community direction. As a professional economic developer, I urge this council to set aside its differences and create stable, consistent leadership. Read and understand the contents of the adopted plans. Read and understand the Taos Economic Report, and I can give you more information on that if you desire. Monitor your key economic indicators. Focus on the fundamentals of governance and implement those plans. Move away from power plays and personal agendas. If and when that happens, there may be a chance to work on the economy with substantive results. So in short, I often accomplish difficult tasks, but I cannot accomplish impossible ones. That is why I chose to resign. if any of you still have questions or concerns, I'm willing and available to answer those.
Thank you, Matt.
Mr. Mayor?
Sir?
Matt, I just want to apologize to you, too, for the way I acted that night. Emotions were running high.
I understand.
And I completely apologize wholeheartedly.
Well, thank you very much. That's very gracious of you.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi.
Just start with your name for the record, please.
My name is Melanie Baca, and I'm here in respect to the debacle between the farmers market and the plaza merchants. I stand before you not to pick sides, but to simply speak up because I have something to say. I am the future of this community. Because of that, I dream of a future with less disdain. For the sake of the farmers, I envision their market growing fruitfully without restrictions. However, that cannot happen if they restrict themselves within small confined spaces, such as the plaza. I want to see more of my peers going there because it's what's going on in town, and not because they have to fight with traffic to get downtown. When I was in school, adults would say, "You are the future of this community." I process this knowledge with a specific thought: to grow, take the reign with grace, knowledge, and wisdom far beyond our years. And I am aware that whatever decision is made is not going to make everyone happy, and that's okay. Do you know why? Because in order to better this community, it's not about sides, it's about what's doing right for the greater good. We live in a world where communities are crumbling, death rates are growing, and cruelties are happening. It pains me to see our people tearing at each other. In this great big sea, we are all trying to stay afloat. No one will survive if we do not stand by each other's side. So I say stand tall and be strong and unite for the sake of our future generations. The world is changing every day, and the farmers market deserves a place of their own, somewhere they can occupy as much space and time as they'd like. Most importantly, somewhere big enough for them to freely expand and grow. Small confinement underestimates the ability and integrity of our farmers. For merchants, I do know they are happy to see the farmers succeed. This is not a battle of territory. Many want to see the plaza full of youthful abundance. Maybe that's what the plaza needs, is more activities in the plaza that involve youth engagement. Youth are not focused on organic lifestyles or shopping. They want more activities that they can enjoy and participate in. I appreciate the efforts of bringing back the life to the plaza, but as a youth activist for the better half of the decade now, I must ask, what happens to our bored youth? They grow, they leave, they banish themselves because there is nothing to do here until they are much older. My very own peers are now only moving back to this town because they are grown. And again, it's only a fruitful community for the adults. I want to say that if we are going to do anything to that plaza, why don't we turn it into the hot spot for the youth again? The youth are the future of this community, and it is time we start recognizing them for that. I believe it or not, for many years the plaza had been home to our youth. Since we are trying to utilize the plaza for the better, why not utilize it for them? Parking is a huge issue. This past summer, I saw many parents with young children struggling to lug their giant bags of groceries with tiny children across a heavily trafficked street. That is scary. I saw farmers stressed because they could not park close enough for reloading. The field behind the courthouse had so much more room for parking and so many more options. Times are changing, and I see and I understand both sides and needs. However, two wrongs do not make a right. Trashing each other probably isn't the best solution. I say we unite together as a whole. Compromise is important. Without it, we do not grow. Understanding that gives us knowledge beyond anything unimaginable. If we spend all our time fighting over things that in 10 years from now may not even matter, then what are we showing our future generations? We rise, we fall. It's what we have inside us, mind, body, and soul, that defines us. I'm here to tell you that it's time to make a difference. I am not here to say one side deserves favor over the other, but I'm looking at the farmers to say they have greater potential with more space. They can have a better location and more room, and why settle for less when they can have a bigger space? The field behind the courthouse, for instance. I remember the flea market. Who else remembers the flea market? I still drive by there every day and think about how perfect that location is for any other markets that we could possibly put in there. With community effort, they'll be golden. We can get some grass or turf or pavement in there. And I would personally step forward to volunteer my efforts to help them get it to happen. I just say, what for settle? If we can make that happen, look at the bigger picture. More people my age will pop in if something's going on. Has anyone ever heard of the term out of sight and out of mind? Right now, you're not obvious enough for the community, and quite frankly, this community is bigger than you think. Let's not only give the farmers more space, but more cells in the process.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So next we have anybody else from the public? I'm sorry. Please.
Good afternoon. I'm Victoria Trujillo Ramsey, and I work at Sunshades on the Plaza, and I've been there for about 9 years. First, I would like to say I absolutely love a farmer's market, and I feel farmers are so important to a community, and for that matter, the world. And all due respect to Marco and Paul, but I believe their survey blueprint to be somewhat skewed. The merchants on Bent Street and the Dunn House complex should not really have a place on this survey. They're not directly affected. The farmers' booths are not in their laps, blocking their access, nor is their parking taken up. Free for farmers' customers, but not for area businesses, by the way. So their perspective is considerably different. People's focus has changed by the time they reach those businesses. The actual count would be more like 50-50 with a few casualties already. It is not 5 merchants trying to dictate to the mayor or the manager. I, too, could be very happy about a farmer's market if it were on Bent Street and the Dunn House complex, thus bringing me to the concept, as we were told, that this was just an experiment, and as such, I think further experimentation would be in order. I understand you feel it was overwhelmingly successful, and people feel it is appropriate for the heart of town, but I think it would likely that it would be as successful and maybe even more so in another location, one with a different footprint, one that doesn't exacerbate the existing historic bottleneck, and one that doesn't jeopardize the livelihood of your fellow Taoseños. You talk about expansion and adding animal pens and wagon rides. That's a cute idea, but where are you going to run those wagons? Weave through the booths, attempt to enter Main Street traffic? Do you have a realistic idea of how intense and congested the traffic is on that morning? That's a fun idea, but it would work better in a location like the courthouse complex where you have Albright and Gustorf roads to utilize. The idea of taking the plaza back to the past, realistically, there has never been a farmer's market as such on the plaza. The old-time pictures you tout show an occasional person taking their produce with them to town to possibly sell, while they were there to pick up supplies at one of the hardware stores or drug stores that were then on the plaza. They don't represent a full-blown farmer's market. It does paint a pretty picture, but it's not true. They were no more than like the occasional truck you still see on Paseo del Pueblo Sur selling potatoes or melons from the back of their truck. I know this as I grew up at the top of Ladue Street and played on the plaza regularly, went to watch the Native American dancers and the old-time trios and dancers. Now that would be taking it back to the past. And later as a teenager to drink Cokes at the diner and see movies at the theater. No farmer's market. As to the people taking back the plaza, from whom? It has always been an open and welcoming place. Many people regularly walk their dogs, children clamber over the gazebo and play on the grass. People sit in the sun on the benches with a cup of coffee or a bag of chocolate. Locals in the know shop for interesting and well-priced items. Visitors enjoy and appreciate the laid-back ambiance, preferring Taos to Santa Fe, and I observe this daily. If you are a local who never comes to the plaza, it is no one's fault but your own, probably due to the erroneous assumptions on your part as to what is available or how hard the parking might be. It's not lost on the visitors, though. They enjoy our living room. That said, the farmer's market is a joyful place, and it would remain so and maybe be even more well-attended in another location. People will go wherever you are, and hopefully it won't jeopardize other established businesses and jobs. The economy, as we all know, has been rough, and this last spring it was finally looking up. We would have had a revitalizing summer if not for the farmers market. Our sales took a serious nosedive. The motivation of my employer is less about making money, God knows that's not happening, but about keeping us employed and offering something to the community that short of Santa Fe or Albuquerque they do not have. I don't think the business I work for could afford another summer like the last one, much less 3 more. I'm happy for those businesses that feel it works for them, but we don't have that higher markup clothing or other items carry, and we can't undercut our supplier's price, so we have always offered the lowest price possible. Our employer conscientiously pays us a higher than average wage for Taos, and our overhead is high. It's expensive to offer the selection we have. We pay a high rent and contribute substantially to gross receipts and are an asset to the plaza and to Taos as a whole. Our customer base is just far too different from that of the farmers, and if the visitors to Taos can't park or access the plaza to find us, we have no sales. And whereas many of those people visiting the market are our customers, they are there for vegetables. We stick it out year-round, whereas the farmers are only here a short while and go home to where? Colorado? Espanola? Many of them are not residents, and they are being given more consideration than long-term residents and employers who also pay taxes here and spend money here. The farmers market will flourish wherever it is. People are now more committed to healthy local food. It doesn't have to be at the expense of your fellow community members. We too are trying to make a positive contribution to the community as a whole, to the face of Taos, to offer employment, and our voices should also be respectfully heard. Instead, I have been surprised by the mean-spirited vitriol hurled at us by the farmers and the public, unseemly for people you would expect to act from a place of higher consciousness. This is Taos, after all. Instead, you and the powers that be have turned it into a battle of wills. Ultimately, we are your sister, your cousin, your neighbor, and whether we have work or not should matter to you. The market will flourish wherever it is, and it need not be at the other's expense. We are not against change, but does it have to challenge someone's livelihood instead of enhancing all aspects? Surely we can do better. It can benefit business and be good for the community also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mayor, Council, Town Manager. My name is Marco Schmidt, and along with Angela McCourse, we've started an organization called Comida. And one of the things that we did over the last week is conducted a survey of merchants around the plaza and the alleys and included Doña Luz Street. We did not include John Dunn Plaza or Bent Street merchants in this survey. We spoke to 52 different shop owners and managers, and it was really quite remarkable because not only did it give me a chance to understand more about the issues and the challenges that merchants face with the farmers market on the plaza, I also was surprised at what an outpouring of enthusiasm there was. Out of the 52 respondents that I spoke to, 40 of them said yes, and in some cases, yes, yes, yes. There were 9 no's and 3 undecideds or no comments. I think that the thing that was very interesting is that a number of merchants expressed a desire for continued dialogue. And one of the things that Comida is committed to is generating more information to help the farmers market on the plaza be a success for all people in and around the plaza. In many cases, well, last year I was the market manager for Farmers Market Inc., and I did not have a chance, nor did I take the time to reach out and speak to merchants. This year, going into merchants' shops, I think that even in the case of the people who said definitely not, the best thing the market can do for me is go away, is that we had an opportunity to begin talking with one another and looking for common ground. In fact, with just a couple of exceptions, I think I left each one of those meetings with some ideas of things that actually could improve the way that they are perceiving the farmers market on the plaza. Parking is a huge issue for everyone, and I think we really need to roll up our sleeves and look at some substantive ideas, try them out and see what works. But I was very inspired by, say, for example, Annalisa Martinez, who's the manager of Tuesday Morning. They had that big parking lot there, and she said, you know, we love the farmers market. It's fine with us if farmers and vendors and the public park in our parking lot, but can we just work out something so they don't park right in front? And later on, I talked to, I wish I could pull up her name, but the woman who is who owns I Love Taos, the T-shirt shop. And what I learned from her is that the McCarthy Plaza merchants have traditionally parked on the east side of that parking lot in the Tuesday morning parking lot, which I know for myself that I parked there oftentimes not knowing about that. So here was some communication and some working together with the community. We could solve some problems about parking. There's other things that we can do, but I think it'll be really useful to continue the dialogue that we started. And just to end, I'd like to state that, once again, 40 of the 52 people that I spoke to were solidly in favor of the market. In fact, 3 of the people that I spoke to want to be vendors at the market. They talked about how the market brought new people into their shops, how it increased their business, and how, as citizens of Taos, they loved the fact that there was a lively place where people of all of our cultures can gather together. So, thank you very much for your attention. And you all have a copy of the survey that I've put together. There's a few people that I still am trying to reach out to include in this, and it will be available on our Facebook page and our website.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead.
That was Citizens Forum, and I thought this was going to be a presentation to the council by the farmers market.
It is, it's down on there. We're just
So-
under public hearing.
So
under
are you
citizens.
planning on speaking again, or did you give your presentation just now? I'm a little confused by that.
I think I was making my presentation then, but Angelo also was going to give part of his presentation then too.
Okay.
All right. So anybody else, please?
Hello, my name is Patricia Krasan. I'm 30 years resident of Taos. I've been a farmer for 8. I've worked for most of the farmers in town. I've been a vendor myself and had a farm in Pilar. I would like to say that Comida is unknown to us. Comida is a new nonprofit, unknown to farmers. Marco Schmidt worked 1 season for Farmers Market and was fired by the Farmers Market Board, then created the nonprofit Comida. It doesn't represent farmers. They don't represent farmers. They don't represent Farmers Market or the Farmers Market Board. It's an organization that took some kind of power upon itself and now is speaking for farmers. And I just wanted to dissent from that because we don't know them. We don't know we know these people, but we don't know what they're doing or who they are, what this organization is about. It doesn't represent the farmers of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and move on then. We'll go on to a public hearing, and I want to open this public hearing for CDBG grant, planning grant, and Linda Perry. We'll turn to you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Manager Bellis, members of the audience. The purpose of the public hearing is to get public input on the upcoming CDBG planning grant. Planning applications are limited to a maximum of $50,000. And because Taos has 53% of their residents are low to moderate income, we may apply for a project that benefits the whole community rather than a specific neighborhood. The project must be on the current ICIP. Eligible activities include comprehensive plans, feasibility studies, base mapping, asset management plans, improvement of the current ICIP, climate change mitigation and adaptation plans, development of codes and ordinance, preliminary engineering reports, data gathering analysis and special studies, and regionalization of infrastructure and service delivery. It is the staff recommendation to apply for a Parks Master Plan, which is on our current ICIP. And having said that, I will turn it over to the mayor for public input.
Okay. So is there anybody in the public that would like to speak on CDBG grant, planning grant?
Mr. Mayor, can you explain what the acronym means, please?
Linda?
CDBG,
Community.
is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Community Development Block Grant.
Anybody?
My apologies. That is Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan. And just to give you a little background on Community Development Block Grant, it is a program that was established under Title I of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974 in order to assist communities in providing essential community facilities, provide decent housing for residents, promote economic development, and maintain a suitable living environment. They have state and national objectives, and that the activities benefit principally persons of low and moderate income, that they aid in the prevention and elimination of slum and blight, and they meet other community development needs of a particular urgency because existing conditions pose a serious and immediate threat to health and welfare of the community where other financial resources are not available.
Yes, ma'am.
Would this be a potential resource for parking, not parking, excuse me, streets and sidewalk improvements in the historic district? Or does that come under another?
It could be.
It could, yeah.
Could be.
It'd have to be identified as the need.
Okay, slum and blight, potentially.
Yeah.
But would that have to come from the Public Works Department? Would they have to apply for it?
They would have to list it as one of their top priority requests for whatever their reasoning would be. Typically, we go after CDBG for road infrastructure.
Yes.
Well, upon the note that Councilman Gonzales said for road infrastructure, you know, in my neighborhood, there's two roads that are very busy, and the only thing they're not paved. And it's ridiculous because we got large trucks, school buses, and majority of the community using this road. And the road I'm talking about is SDS Place and Tafoya Road on that. And I have yet to believe, I've lived in that area or on SDS Place Road for almost 2 years now, and I've been bewildered why that has not been paved, especially as much use as it's been given, especially with the school buses, large delivery trucks, as well as the community at large. Now, this grant, will this do something to make the improvement of that part of the community at all?
Phil,
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, it has to meet a certain criteria, and that criteria being, I mean, if it doesn't serve the larger of the populace or benefit the larger of the populace, I mean, I don't know what your situation is on your road, but it would be dependent upon residents, safety aspect. If I mean, there's a school zone within there, it could certainly meet that criteria, but again, it would have to be evaluated by the Public Works Department.
Councilor Peralta? Mayor, I think there needs to be a little bit of clarification. This is a planning grant, $50,000, I believe,
That's
to look at a particular project and try to plan around it so that you can then go back and apply for funds to do the project. So What you're looking for is the second phase of this, which would be then the monies that would
implementation.
actually do the improvements to your street and correct the safety hazards and that sort of thing. So this one here is only a grant to look at a specific project, and I believe there's a recommendation at this point for that. But we could also look at saying we need to plan something else, and we were looking for input as to what you think this money should be used to plan for. Okay, so it's not going to do the project, it's just going to make the planning, the information necessary then to go after the money to actually do the project.
Councilman Peralta, I think.
Excuse me just a minute, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Members of the council. This is a public hearing outside of the regular meeting, and so I would ask that the speaker presently and those that spoke previously identify themselves for the record. if you
Okay.
mind.
And if you'll come up and speak into the mic too, so that it's recorded.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If we had that portable mic, I'd take it to you.
Oh, okay, yeah. Philip Econom speaking.
And before you go on, if whoever spoke previously would just get up and identify themselves, please. No, that's fine there. And was there anybody else that spoke in this hearing?
That was under the citizens forum, not on, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Well, sir, I've living in this area for 2 years. I've always even wondered if it was county or town. Now that I know it's a town street, it does need to be looked at. Like I said, there are school buses on there, school children that are dropped off and picked up on these two roads. And like I said, it's the only two roads in this neighborhood that have not been paved. And like I said, they are dangerous. Even about 4 months ago, I witnessed a Taos County sheriff slide out on that road on the curb and hit a post.
Mr. Mayor?
And he wasn't speeding, he was doing moderate speed.
Phil,
Yeah.
we'd have to get clarification on that, because you're borderline, part of annexation, part of not, so I'm not 100% sure
Okay.
where you're at, if it is city.
I'm at 315 SDS Place. Okay,
So-
and the cross street is SDS Road, and then the other cross street is Tafoya Road. Okay, over there bordered on the Weimer area.
on
Mr. Mayor,
that-
what I'd suggest is, if I could give you my card, since we got to meet about the signs anyway.
Yes, sir.
And what we could do is I'll invite French and our GIS person. At that time, we'll determine whether you're in the town or not out of the town. And we can also go out there and evaluate your road and see if we can get it on. We have criteria
Yes, sir,
to get it on.
and right now, that road is atrocious, washboarded and potholed. Like I said, we have a lot of school bus activity on that road, and it just does need to be addressed, and it does need to be planned out. I know it's not going to happen overnight, because I've spoken to council members before, about the light generation at SDS and Paseo, and I know things don't happen overnight, but it does need to be addressed, and it is a safety issue, especially with school buses rolling up and down those two roads. And something to get planning with a grant like this to be planned, that would be wonderful if that could happen.
And again, one of the criteria, I believe it has to be on our ICIP plan, and that would be part of the process, getting with Mr. Bellis and getting with French, so that it could actually be on the ICIP plan, so that then we can spend money that has been
Well,
allocated to us.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank
and
you.
I appreciate getting the guidance to where this does need to happen for my neighborhood.
Thank you.
you.
Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Phil.
Thank you.
Anybody else from the public?
Oh, sure, I'll take a shot.
Please.
Paul Figueroa, again. The proposal is for a comprehensive master plan for the town's parks,
Yes, it is.
and I wholeheartedly endorse that. I visit the parks frequently, walking pets, occasionally hiking or doing more active physical improvements to this old body. As I understand, the parks are Fred Baca, Echo, is that right? And Kit Carson. So I think there's a wonderful opportunity here to improve what should be some jewels to Taos's quality of life. In particular, I'll come back to Kit Carson and the desire to have some sort of off-leash dog park within that property, somewhere where dogs could be socialized, where people who are residents of the town could meet one another and talk and engage in meaningful dialogue and conversations. I frequently go by Echo Park. I know that it's got a wonderful paved road in front of it and a wonderful facility that's underutilized. And as Arts Council member, I would welcome the opportunity to work with the town and put more public art out in that facility. There is a beautiful iron fence or gate to the entrance, which is an example of public art. And for Kit Carson, I'm not going there.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you, Paul.
In terms of trying to help you.
Thank you. Anybody else? If not, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing portion of this, and Councilor Peralta?
Just for information, don't we still have the old tennis courts as a free leash part of Kit Carson Park?
It is.
In the back?
Councilman?
Well, I know, but it's the best we could
Needs
do
some
right
work.
now. Until we do the plan.
Linda? Anything, we're, close the public hearing, which is the council?
It's a non-action item.
Oh, non-action.
Oh, one
Well,
more question of
We will
Linda.
have one more public hearing in February.
Okay.
With action.
What is the timetable for the receiving these funds if they're granted? Do you know? Would it be after the 1st of July?
The planning grant
or-
actually doesn't have a deadline as opposed to the infrastructure that you voted on in December.
Mhm.
And typically, we hear about 6 weeks later.
Okay. So roughly around April? Give or take?
Yeah, I think that's a good timeline.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Linda, before you go, one more thing. I know that the state insists that the number one thing they want us to apply for, it's almost mandated if you're going to go for a planning grant, is if your comprehensive plan is not up to date. And they require that that be done at least every 5 years. So I
That's
believe we're right on the cusp of that. So probably next year, that it would be required that that would be our submission as for the comp plan.
Right. I think this is our last year that we can submit an application on the infrastructure side as well as the planning grant side. And then we will need to update our planning, our comprehensive plan. But as we've heard yesterday, we can apply for funding through other sources besides CDBG for a
And-
comprehensive plan.
And we're able to apply for this now for the parks, which cover a number of areas, because we have this new blanket designation that the whole town qualifies.
Right. We're at 53% low to moderate income. So we can select community projects without doing the survey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Council.
Mr. Mayor.
Council Peralta?
Mr. Mayor, if I could make a motion, I'd like to take item 10E and make it the next order of business.
In form of a motion?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, and if I could add to that, if we can,
No, it's one item at a time.
okay, well, go ahead.
Do we have a second to that?
Second.
Okay.
Now, if we could take item,
We have to finish that one.
We have to
let
finish.
me go, we'll get to the next one.
After we get through with this.
Call for the vote.
For clarification,
No,
which
Mr. Mayor.
item was it?
Yes.
That you wanted to move? Which item? Which item are you?
Item, this would be item 10E.
Mayor Peralta?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Peralta. Councilmember
Sorry.
Gonzales?
Yes.
Councilmember Han? Councilmember Han?
I'll give you
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
So,
Okay, Mr.
okay, so we'll go on to then item 10E, and it's license for use of airport well, and I know we need to get Floyd in here, wherever he might be. I just want to shed a little light on it. This was an item that came over my desk. I asked Floyd to look into it. It's, you know, we're talking about airport construction. Northern Mountain contractors came to us, wanted to know about the possibility of using the well out at the airport. I informed Floyd, and I also informed Northern Mountain contractors that it was important for us to notify the Pueblo about this. And so we have made a number of attempts, myself and Mr. Bellis, to notify the Pueblo. I know that their water attorney is out of the country, and their new staff are in Washington, D.C. at this time, and so we weren't able to make contact and let them know that this was even an agenda item. So I'm going to turn to Floyd for any recommendations that he might need. I know that we want to, move forward in the construction, but I just don't want to seem that we are, bypassing, because there is some, and it wouldn't be the responsibility of the town to move forward on this, is basically giving Northern Mountain the use of the well, but it would be Northern Mountain's responsibility to move forward in obtaining the water rights to use that well, and also any other obligations that might seem needed by the attorney to move forward on that. And is that correct, Mr. Lopez?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, if we could ask Mr. Perovich and Mr. Painter to come forward and talk to us a little bit about the process.
Mr. Mayor, while they're doing that, I just did want to clarify something you said, that both you and I did speak to the resource manager at the Pueblo directly, so they had been notified.
Joel Perovich, Northern Mountain Constructors. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak to you. And I have with me John Painter, who is a board member of the El Prado Domestic Water Association. And we also have with us today James Brockman, who is our legal counsel. Well, actually, El Prado's legal counsel. And our request is this. We are requesting that the town allow us to use the well at the Taos Regional Airport, not town water, not Taos Pueblo water, but water that we have acquired from El Prado Domestic Water. As we are members of their association, we also have water rights. Northern Mountain, I personally have water rights posted with the El Prado Water Association. Not enough to do the job, of course, but El Prado does have water available. And at this point, I'd like to turn this over to John Painter. And furthermore, we may want Mr. Brockman to explain to the council what he has done and what correspondence he has forwarded to the Pueblo. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Because Northern Mountain, Taos Gravel are one of our primary customers in the district there, when Mr. Perovich got the contract to do the runway extension out there, or the preliminary dirt work on that, he came to us asking us the district was capable of providing the water for that project. And the district is capable of providing that water for that project. We do have the adjudicated water rights, and everything is in order on that. And the district and the Northern Mountain have worked out a lease of those water rights for a 2-year period during that construction period. And so as far as things on El Prado's end, things are in order to move forward on that. As a courtesy, because of the Abeta settlement, we did notify the Pueblo that, we were going to do this. And it wasn't El Prado's idea, but between the town and Northern Mountain came up with the idea of potentially using that airport well out there, which makes total sense because it's out in an area where there's very few other domestic wells or anything. And just about probably when the state runs their water model on that, it'll be just about 100% effect on the main stem Rio Grande. The water rights he has leased from us are on the main stem Rio Grande, so that will cover that. If when they run that model, it shows that there are a few minor effects on some of the tributaries, such as the Arroyo Seco or the Hondo or the Rio Lucero or something, the district does have in hand water rights to cover that, and we will cover that issue. So there's really no risk to the town on that. It was a courtesy to notify the Pueblo, but basically the district has a right to use those waters without the consent of the Pueblo on that. So, you know, we're in order there. If you want to, you know, a little more legal ease on that, Mr. Brockman can come forward and explain that a little bit. But we're perfectly, you know, on our end have it together for him. And so what he really needs is the consent to utilize that well during the construction. It would be strictly a 2-year lease that would go away at the end of 2 years for a set amount of water each year.
Furthermore, I think it's a benefit to the town of Taos also because there are other phases of the project coming. And if we can develop the well and get the well in service, whether Northern Mountain's a contractor on the job or other contractors prevail in the bidding process, it'll be a benefit to the town as far as overall costs go.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, Joe, what's the anticipated impact over the course of the 2 years? What are you asking for as far as water rights or what's going to be utilized? Or will that be evaluated once?
We have a request in, Counselor, for 300 acre feet of El Prado water at this point.
Over the course of the 2 years?
That's correct.
With a maximum of 200 acre feet the first year and 100 acre feet the following year.
Okay.
And once again, these water rights are Rio Grande stem rights.
Out of El Prado water?
Yes,
that's correct.
Right. We own them and stuff. And they are all adjudicated water rights.
And Floyd, the way I understand it, and it is on the agenda as a lease, so basically we would be leasing that particular well to Northern Mountain, and at the end of, if there's concessions, that the end of the service of use of the well, the possibility of the, anything that was established in the well would stay in the well?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Members of the council, the way that I had envisioned is we would actually do a license agreement where the northern constructors would have a license to use the well. Of course, we have nothing to do with El Prado in relation to this, and also nothing to do with the water rights or the water rights application. And Northern Mountain constructors would agree that all development of the well, including the pump or anything placed in the well, would remain as fixtures after the expiration of the license.
And a certain amount of money would be?
Plus, it's my understanding that Northern Mountain Constructors is willing and proposed to pay $5,000 a year for the license.
Okay.
That's correct.
Council, you wish to hear from their attorney?
Yeah, wouldn't mind hearing his rendering.
I might add here that you do have to give permission to both Northern Mountain and the district to utilize that well per the state engineer's requirements. But again, it's a lease, there's no ownership and all that, but just that there is a right for that.
And the request was for a 2-year period, correct?
2 years.
Right, good. Go ahead. Your name for the record, please.
Yeah, Jim Brockman, I'm an attorney with Stein and Brockman. If there's I think Mr. Perovich and Painter have done a pretty good job of summarizing where we're at. Are there any particular questions from the mayor and members of the council?
Mr. Mayor, I think for me, it's more, I completely understand the need to at least reach out to the Pueblo. That's definitely one scenario I'd rather have to have permission than to beg for forgiveness. So I would just rather have their blessing and know that we went in good faith because they are partners to the airport. And we, you know, they did give a signatory to the sign off of it. So I think it's only in good faith that we communicate with them as well too, and have that understanding with them.
Yeah, and I believe you're well informed of the facts right now that in fact the Pueblo was informed about this last week, particularly Nelson Cordova and Gil Suazo, who are the water rights coordinators.
Did they give a rendering? I mean, something.
They ask us to explain in writing
what the situation was, and we provided that letter to them. I think it was yesterday, that explained the situation. Essentially, under the Abeta settlement, the way the state has interpreted the Abeta settlement in dealings with El Prado to date is that until all of the conditions precedent are fulfilled, it's still a draft. It's not a draft document, but it still doesn't become enforceable until all these various conditions are met. El Prado has agreements, like a bilateral agreement with the Pueblo, where some of this water could definitely be taken from existing wells, El Prado wells, but it's cheaper for construction. It's logistically a lot easier, instead of trying to run a lot of pipeline to actually take this water from the airport well. So it's actually to the benefit of the Pueblo to have this water taken from a well further from the Pueblo proper. And there are our agreements allow that amount of water to take place. I think sometime the concern came in is once the settlement does become enforceable, there's a 50-acre-foot cap on that airport well. My understanding was a lot of that had to do with construction wasn't talked about as much as that became a use that could be used on an annual basis in the area, not necessarily for construction.
Mm-hmm.
So from I think El Prado's perspective, from Northern Mountain's perspective, we felt comfortable in the legal documents that we can move forward with this, and that was our recommendation, just given the timing of the construction. So from my perspective, things are good to go, but obviously it's the town's decision, because the state engineer is requiring something in the, we file an application that indicates, that Northern Mountain will be taking the water, the lease of the water rights comes from El Prado, but since neither of those two parties owns the well, they just want a little something in writing from the town. So that's why it's falling on the town to get that permission. And I've also indicated that I think El Prado and Northern Mountain would be fine in a letter if the town signed a letter saying that the airport well can be used under the conditions outlined by Mr. Perovich, that it could be the responsibility of El Prado and and Northern Mountain to make sure that the Pueblo, that any provisions of the Abeta settlement have been complied with. That sort of could take that away from the town if that gave the town any degree of comfort and allowed that signature to come sooner rather than later.
So I guess, Mr. Mayor, we could do the approval with a condition, with that condition. Joe, how quickly do you need, I guess, to get rolling on this? How fast would you need to know?
Well, the sooner the better for us.
Okay.
Councilman Hahn, and then Councilman Peralta.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a real concern here that, again, we're getting the cart before the horse. I think it's incumbent that we talk to the leadership out at Taos Pueblo. They're in Washington, D.C. right now. They've had no chance to review a letter. I have a lot of respect for Mr. Cordova, and I think that all the parties need to come together to discuss this in a reasonable and careful manner. I'm very uncomfortable. I agree with Councilman Gonzales that we definitely want to consult with the Pueblo. They're integral to this. So though the indicators may look positive, sir, I have no guarantee of that at this time, and really, really would request that we slow this process down, not in an untoward way, but in a respectful way, to reach out to our Pueblo neighbors and make sure that all parties, I see a number of problems here that could be a real can of worms that go beyond water. So I'm going to ask that we forestall this decision until the Pueblo leadership has had a chance to review.
Jim?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I think it's important if that becomes the council's decision, maybe to put a a back-end timeframe on that decision, because if there's a delay, I mean, there's only a 180-day construction window, as I understand, for this project. So somebody's going to have to make a decision pretty quickly about whether they're going to reduce cost and try and reduce hydrologic effects in the area of the Pueblo and the Acequias and have this water pumped in the airport well. But we're eating into that time frame. So if there's a 2-week delay for council to get back, and then if there's another 2-week delay for the next council meeting, et cetera, that construction window is going to be gone, and a decision is going to have to be made very quickly by Northern Mountain and El Prado how to proceed, which well, because there's deadlines and the clock is ticking. So if there was a time by which that decision would be made, I think that could be very helpful to know it could be made in 15 days, 20 days, some time frame.
Could I just say one thing? When Mr. Perovich came to us, he said, I'm under the gun and I really need to, move something along here on the water issue. He's got a contract with you, and it's a matter of whether, you feel like you're going to hold him to the gun on that, because there's obviously considerable monetary thing on his part involved in that, or whether you'd consider giving, if you're going to delay this a while, whether you consider extending his contract, out so that he still has adequate time to do his job out there.
Mr. Lopez?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'd like to just clarify a few things for the record, if I might.
Please.
Based on statements that were made here today. First of all, when this came to us, I tried to reach Susan Jordan, who is the attorney for the Pueblo. She's out of the country for 3 weeks and won't be back until sometime in mid-February, is what I was told by her assistant. Since the Pueblo is represented by council, I couldn't contact them, but Mr. Bellis contacted Nelson Cordova, and he stated that, again, that Ms. Jordan was out of the country for 3 weeks, and that they wouldn't make any decision or take any action on the request until she returned. There is I also contacted our hydrologist, D.B. Stevens, and spoke to a staff member there. She called me back the following day and said that the a beta settlement agreement, which the town has signed, provides for a maximum of 50 acre-feet per year for 3 years, I believe, for airport construction. And then after the airport project is finished, then it would revert to, I think, 15 acre-feet per year. Now that is my understanding, is amount to be taken out of the airport well of town's water, and may not affect El Prado water or anything else, but I haven't clarified that yet. But the request, I believe, and I wasn't here for all of Mr. Perovich's presentation, at this point was initially 200 acre-feet per year for the first year, and then 100 acre-feet for the second year. And then finally, in response to Mr. Painter's most recent statement, is that the RFP was put out and it was responded to. It became the obligation of the person awarded the contract to supply water for dust control and for compaction. So I think the mayor and the administration and certainly the council are very, I believe, convinced that we should do everything we can to go forward. But I just wanted to clarify those matters for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Floyd.
Mr. Lopez, could you repeat that? I could not hear because there's some kind of interference over here. Just not the whole thing, Floyd, just the last sentence or two.
I just wanted to say that I wanted to make those clarifications, that we tried to call to the Pueblo. We did, in fact, make contact with the Pueblo, and they said that they could not respond to the issue until Ms. Jordan returned, which was, I think, is going to be in another probably 2 weeks. That also D.B. Stevens advised us that there was a limit in the Abeta settlement on the water that could be taken from the town's water rights to, from the airport well for construction. Now, Mr. Brockman is correct, and he's saying that the Abeta settlement hasn't been approved by the court, but again, the town has signed that agreement, so I think, at least in spirit, we're duty-bound to honor our obligation there, if that obligation applies to this situation, and I'm not sure that it does, but it's something that I'm sure the Taos Pueblo will want to have an opportunity to weigh in on. If I were their lawyer, that's how I would feel about it.
And I agree, Mr. Lopez and Mr. Mayor and council members, if I could, I'd prefer to wait until we get a response back from Taos Pueblo.
Good. Council, we have anything else?
A couple of questions. John, the new well that you're drilling out in that area, how far is that from the airport? And I know it's not available yet, but.
Yeah, the Midway well, approximately, probably a half mile away from that existing well that's out there now.
And those water rights that you're talking about leasing are the same ones you were intended to put in that well?
Right. Eventually, yeah.
So they meet the Abeta settlement as far as the location for those rights to be used?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me just straighten a couple things. We have a bilateral agreement between the district and the town. Under our bilateral agreement, that airport well ultimately is capped at 50 acre-feet a year for your use for whatever you want to use it for. During 2 years of construction, and in our agreement with you, you have a right that well can, draw 100 acre-feet per year for 2 years during the airport construction. When that was negotiated with Gus Cordova, I mean, I was right there with him when we came to that agreement on there. So that's that. You also ultimately, someday when those two new wells, the Rio Grande and the Midway well exist, the town has a right to put 100 acre-feet of water on those two wells to utilize for your airport area on and above the 50 acre-feet that you have on that one particular well that was agreed to in the bilateral and also is in the Abeta. So you could ultimately out there have a use of 150 acre-feet when those two new wells come into existence under the Abeta, once that becomes enforceable. The magic day is March, I think, 31st of 2017.
Now, I just have one other question for you. By using the airport well rather than taking water from your current system would actually if we were to take it from there, it would put strain on your system.
No, we can provide that water. We have the capacity to do that, both out of our El Torreon well and our Las Colonias well. Prior to the date of enforcement of that project, we have a right to take 300 acre-feet a year out of those two wells under the Abeta settlement, and also with our bilateral with the Taos Pueblo. So we can take it out of those two wells.
And you have the capacity.
The Pueblo, has never particularly liked that El Torreon well. And, we consented to a cap of 150 acre-feet a year on that when that well is perfectly capable of going, probably 5 times that amount of water. But just, for the sake of settlement, we did that. So we have the capacity there to do that. It'll have more of an effect on the buffalo pasture, so will the Las Colonias well. This is why it makes total sense to go to the airport, because we'd have very little impact on both the buffalo pasture and from that well. Because most of that water, once they run the model, because you're going to be pulling that water between somewhere around probably 950 feet to about 1,300 feet. That's where the water strata, bearing strata is in on that well. So it'll be deep water. We won't be affecting any of the surface waters around here. The effect will ultimately end up on the main stem Rio Grande.
Thank you. Anything else from the council?
Thank you for bringing that to our attention as the airport expansion was approved, and you do need the water. We need to come up with a solution, and thank you for presenting your side there.
Okay. Councillor Hahn?
So, not to beat a dead horse here, but I still feel it's appropriate to get a response from Taos Pueblo. I also have a concern that, and perhaps we need to discuss this in an executive session, but it would have to do with the bidding process on this project. So I need your advice, Floyd, as to whether I should bring that up now or not.
This is an item on the agenda for discussion, consideration, possible approval. So if there's a motion to go into an executive session to discuss it today, the council can do that.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that we put this on our agenda for executive session.
We have a motion to go into executive session. Do I hear a second to that?
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a second to hear it in executive session.
Just, I was asking for clarification.
Oh.
Is the council member saying that we'll do it when we go into executive session later after at the end of the meeting, or do it now?
At the, yes,
Mr. Mayor,
I'd be fine with that.
Is the question in the executive session this item, or is it your concern about the bidding process?
My concern about the bidding process.
It's not an item, can't do it.
Well, it's related to this, though, Councilman, in that I think as we look at the airport well, that process is integral to it. And so I just feel it's best that we discuss that in executive session.
I would say, Mr.
Either
Mayor-
that or table it and we'll put it on for executive session in 2 weeks.
Did you have something to comment on?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I would say that this isn't dependent upon moving forward I mean, the contractor, you could always pull water from somewhere else, it would just be a stretch. So it's hard pressed to say that it's a necessity to the airport, so I can't view it as an executive session item.
And I would like to correct myself again, now that I've given it further reflection. I agree with Council Member Gonzales. The provision in the Public Meetings Act for possible discussion concerning the possible acquisition or disposition of water rights, I do not believe would apply to this, because we're not talking about acquiring or disposing of water rights. What we're talking about is a license, and certainly if anybody disagrees with me, they could certainly tell me that, but I think what we're discussing is a license for use of someone else's water rights. So it's not the town that's going to propose to acquire or dispose of water rights. So I don't know that the executive session exemption would apply in this case.
And I'm going to withdraw my second on that.
Right, so the motion dies for a lack of a second then. Councillor Gonzales, you made a recommendation earlier about a contingency. What were you thinking of?
Mr. Mayor, I was wanting to make a motion that we go ahead and approve the license for use of the airport well, contingent that El Prado Water and Sanitation and the contractor receive permission from Taos Pueblo as stated by legal counsel from El Prado Water and Sanitation, is we are merely just giving our nod to the use if in fact those water rights can be transferred to that well.
Okay, and that's a form of a motion, Councillor?
Form of a motion, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second for discussion.
We have a motion and a second discussion. Councillor Peralta?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to refer to El Prado's legal counsel and see if you understand what we're talking about. It's kind of around the idea you were saying before.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. It is, I was just having a sidebar with Mr. Painter, and maybe I should with Mr. Perovich to make sure that they're comfortable with it. What I had indicated was I floated the idea just a little bit earlier with Mr. Lopez about putting something in a letter that said the town was granting a license for El Prado and Northern Mountain to make sure that, to ensure compliance with the Abeta settlement or something like that. That would, it was a little bit broader than requiring Pueblo permission, but making sure that we had compliance. That would fall then on those two parties to make sure that if somebody had a problem with that, or if they felt like it was outside of the Abeta settlement, for those two parties to deal with that issue.
My assumption is that in your discussion with the Pueblo, that it's going to go along those lines, and so the permission, not the permission, but the acknowledgement, I guess, from the Pueblo would be, yes, it complies with the Abeta settlement, and therefore, we're off. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
In other words, the motion on the floor is that the condition of the approval of the licensing of the well is that it comply with the Abeta case, which means the Pueblo is going to have to tell you, yes, it complies with the Abeta case, or they're going to argue off, right? And that's what I'm saying. So the permission basically of the Pueblo, or the blessing of the Pueblo, is going to be granted in order for you to use the well.
And really, so you don't have to come back here again.
So you don't have to come back. If it doesn't go that way and it becomes then the Abeta people would then have to settle the issue. Until that would happen, then the well couldn't be used.
Mr. Painter.
Furthermore, we would like to request that we go ahead and camera the well and check the well to make sure that it is a functional well and that it will work. And we will afford the cost of that. And if we do not get permission from the Pueblo, that alone is probably a $25,000 to $35,000 benefit to the town. But we'd like to do that with your permission.
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Peralta, I think the way you framed it would be an acceptable way for El Prado and Northern Mountain to go with this.
Okay. Do you understand the motion, Counselor?
Yes, Lloyd, what we have to do is check to make sure that the well is straight, and furthermore, that it's not rusted shut down in the bottom area. Put a camera down. That's correct.
Yeah.
That's right. I think John can explain that better than I can.
I'm asking our counsel if you understand the motion on the floor.
The motion, as I understood it, is that you approve the license for Northern Mountain Constructors to use the well to pump El Prado water rights, but it's subject to the approval of the Pueblo?
Subject to approval and
under the Abeta
settlement.
guidelines.
So approval of the Pueblo under the Abeta settlement.
In other words, we're agreeing that it's under the settlement, but all the parties, in a sense, the Pueblo, as a basic third party here, would need to give their consent that it meets the requirements of the Abeta settlement.
Right, that it complies with the Abeta settlement.
Yes.
And
because this, let me take that one step further. The non-Indians do have a right to utilize their water without always having, the Pueblos to give total blessing on it. What we're saying is that this complies with the Abeta, and we're not going against the Abeta settlement on this thing. So, that's where we're, basically at. We will certainly consult with them, and I think that we can certainly make a very good case why that well should be utilized over our other two wells with them.
And that's all we're asking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have no problem with that.
Councilor Hahn, did you have something?
Well, yes.
Under discussion.
Yes, still under discussion. So, Councilman Peralta, what I hear you saying, and Floyd, please affirm this if I'm incorrect, is that we will get some kind of appropriate response from the Pueblo?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. The second concern that I have is that when this project was bid out, was this same availability of the well use made known to the other bidders? And there it is.
What, your well?
Yes.
I have no idea what went
Mr.
on with the other
Perovich?
bidders. We weren't a party to that.
Well, the bid originally was $3 million underbid. So I'm concerned that we are inadvertently putting ourselves in a, excuse me, Mr. Painter, in a tenuous, I'll give up the floor in just a second.
Okay.
I'm just concerned that the other bidders on the project had the same availability to the use of that well.
Fritz, sorry, Joe, just for me, Fritz, and this is coming off what I would say, is that it has no impact, no bearing, because either way, the burden was put on Mr. Perovich to secure any means to construct that airport. And this is completely outside of that, other than the use of the well itself. That has no tangible value to us, other than the approval of allowing him. He's having to secure the water rights through.
But the town is now aiding in the security of those rights. And so that does not seem to me to be a fair and equitable playing field.
We're not aiding to securing the water rights. We're putting the burden on them to secure the water rights.
So, Mr. Painter?
At the time that the bidding was going on, I wasn't even aware of who was bidding. Certainly the Taos Airport well was never brought forth or even discussed, with El Prado or anything. There was no discussion. Nobody even, raised the issue there. The only people that came to us asking if there's a source of water was Northern Mountain, just because they are our, primary customer there. But other than that, we never had any inquiries from anybody else about water or use of any wells or anything.
Mr. Perovich, did you?
Well, I was going to explain to Councilor Hahn that there was an opportunity through the bidding process prior to the actual bid of the, opening of the bid to request the use. I mean, anybody and everybody could have requested that. Any potential bidders could have requested that, and that request never did come through from any other bidders.
I hear that.
Thank you.
I'm concerned about the process and the availability.
And I understand that,
Yeah.
Councilor Hahn. Thank you.
And Councilor Gonzales, in your motion, I just wanted to ask, would you want to include, I know Mr. Perovich made a statement about wanting to camera the well before using the wells to make sure that, and I think in that motion, we would have to give him permission to do that, because I'm sure they're checking for diameter of casing, is the well collapsed, is it even usable, because I don't know that anybody's even used that well in, I don't know, it was many, many years. So is it an 8-inch casing, is it a 12-inch casing? I know on top it's certain size, I believe.
It's a 6 5/8 inch casing. And it's basically has slot screening from about 950 feet down to 1,700 feet. And the question is whether there's any, has been any growth or barnacles on that. I've just, talking to a couple people, said it could be, others said probably not, because it's just been sitting there, that's good quality water. There wasn't anything, caustic in there to cause a problem. But the best thing is to put a camera down there and just see what shape it's in. I know when our El Torreon well, we sat for about 10 years there when we were doing the abeta, not being able to use it, we got a bunch of sort of gunk going on there, and we had to go in there and scrub it, which we did, and cleaned it all right up. But it was, it was a cost to having to do that. So, and the other question is, I think that is probably a very straight well, but if you get a angle in there, in order to get the pump size they need to get in there, it's going to be very close tolerances. So they need to put basically a piece of blank pipe the size of the pump diameter to make sure there isn't a curve in that well somewhere. And this is something, because if there is and you can't get the pump in there, then it's useless.
Okay. Mr. Lopez?
Is that the?
No. Go ahead.
Just one quick question for clarification. Is that the exploratory well that we drilled there, or is
Yeah.
that the other operating well?
No, it's this exploratory well that you did about 15 years ago.
But I thought we did 12-inch
No,
casings on
no,
those.
it's filed with the state engineer that is 6 5/8. No, because it was basically a test well to see what the potential was there.
I understand that, but
Yeah.
most of those wells, we drilled them bigger in order that they could be used production wells later on if they were allowed within the settlement.
But I don't think that was drilled under this test program that was originally done under the Bureau of Reclamation on the other wells out here, like your Canyon West and.
Supposed to have been.
Was that done? Well, it wasn't done because Rogers did those and Cook did this one at the airport.
Thanks for the clarification.
Mr. Lopez?
I was told that it has a 12-inch collar, and then it's a 6 5/8 or whatever it is on the casing. But I have a suggestion and a request. And my suggestion is that maybe we make two motions. One, a motion to allow Northern Mountain Constructors to camera the well. And then my request is, as to the second motion, is that Councilmember Gonzales restate his motion as precisely as possible, if he doesn't mind, and also maybe address the water rights that the quantity of water that we're discussing too, because, and maybe in such a fashion as to what is covered by the Abeta agreement and the Pueblo, if that's acceptable to Mr. Paravich.
I'm not sure what you're requesting, Mr. Lopez. That's above my level. I'm a
Well,
contractor.
I think Northern Mountain's original request was 200 acre feet. Everything I've heard today said that's above what's.
We're not requesting anything from the town other than the use of their pipe to
Okay.
withdraw the water that is owned by El Prado Water.
That's fine. I agree with that.
If I could make clarity on this, in the motion is to assure that the well is used in compliance with the Abeta settlement. So if that's 50 acre feet a year or it's 5,000 acre feet a year, that's what they're going to come up with and using it. It's outside of us. All we're going to say is, yes, whatever is allowed to be taken out of that well, we're licensing you to do that. Okay? And then the other question that you have, if you wanted in a separate motion, would be to camera the well prior to the approval of anything else.
And was there something about as the license concerning the approval of the Pueblo?
So, Mr. Mayor, just to restate my motion, it was to approve the license for use of our well, contingent upon approval from Taos Pueblo under compliance by way of the Abeta settlement. Period.
You can't get any more clear than that.
Thank you. So is that, the second is good
Yes,
on that
yes.
motion? Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. We had some discussion. Any other discussion?
I just want to hear again that Taos Pueblo is going to be responding back to us with their affirmation.
Yes.
Okay, so that's 3 times I've heard that. And I want to express again my concern, and perhaps I can talk with you, Mr. Paravich, or John, and Mr. Mayor, and the manager, and Floyd, about my concern about potential bid rigging. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hahn. So no further discussion? Mr. Lucero, call for the vote, please.
There's 2 motions. Do the first one.
We will make a second motion
Yeah,
after
there'll be a
this is
second
voted on.
motion.
So do this one.
Councilmember Gonzales?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a
Mr.
second
Mayor, I
motion?
make a motion that we allow Northern Mountain Contractors to check out the viability of the well prior to the use of it, approval of the use of it under the Abeta case.
Second.
And a second. Further discussion? Hearing none, seeing none, call for the vote.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzales?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Mayor and the council. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Councilor Gonzalez, you had a recommendation you were wanting to? move
Yeah, it's
something
on the next item, Mr. Mayor.
Oh.
Thank you, Joe.
The cell tower?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you,
So,
Mayor and Council.
thank you, Mr. Painter. So we'll go on to matters from staff. We'll go under cell tower, matters related to the town RFP for construction and operation of a cell tower on town property. Presentation, discussion, consideration, and possible action. Report by the Finance Department on their bid response, recommendation of staff, presentation and Q&A by Comnet Wireless on their proposal. Mr. Bellis.
Mr. Mayor, with regards to this item, I would ask that, and the manager and myself have discussed this item, the possibility of moving this item into executive session with regards to the bid process, just for clarification and to not disclose any numbers or disadvantage the respondent.
Second.
And Mr. Lopez, that's all because of,
I'm sorry, I was speaking with Mr. Brockman. I'm not sure I understood exactly what, this to move the discussion of the cell tower into executive session?
Move the approval of the cell tower into executive session to discuss the bid response itself with regards to numbers. It's just, I don't want to give an unfair advantage or to
And that's
displace-
under the disposition or possible acquisition of real estate?
Yes, sir.
so we do have a motion on the floor. We do have a second. Call for the vote. And I just want a clarification.
Not
Councilor.
right, not now. After the meeting. Well.
Oh, no, no,
when we're going.
the motion was just that one item, on the bid response, correct?
Yes.
The rest of it we'll hear in
Everything
open
else is fine.
session. That's what I was trying to clarify.
Mr. Mayor, though, I believe that we need to talk about that in executive session before we make any response or any discussion of this item.
Okay, not a problem. Thank you. Please.
Why don't we recess if these guys need to have power?
So,
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Well, there's a motion on the floor. Do we,
That would be
do we have
good.
a motion?
we
on the
have a
floor?
motion. Can we withdraw that motion and we'll?
Withdraw and I'll reconvene.
And, well, yeah, we can do that. That's fine. Motion can still stand, and we can just go ahead and make a motion to take a 5-minute break? Yeah. Okay. We have a second to that. Call for the vote. Renee, if you'll call for the vote for a 5-minute break.
Who made a motion? I'm sorry. I was talking to somebody. Who made a motion?
To take a
Mr.
5-minute break.
Gonzalez, I think.
Councilor Gonzalez, say yes.
Second. Second.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta? Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Okay.
You're the man.
Council, do we have a motion to come back into session?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
We have a
Second.
second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Gonzalez?
I will,
You have your mic on?
yeah, I do. I will withdraw my motion to take this item into executive session, and I will yield to the manager on his findings of report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council.
We have removed the second also?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Bellis?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. As council remembers, we previously met in that this was a request for proposals in regards to a communications tower, which was issued at the request of council, to have a fair and open competition. We had one respondent, which is why, for the public's interest, we contemplated going into executive session, because when you read, we either had to accept those terms or rebid it, and it would have been unfair to the bidder and unfair to the public if those terms that we rejected were available to the public prior to the rebidding. I believe that we engaged in honest, fair negotiations with ComNet Communications. Unfortunately, our procurement officer is out today, but our finance director is here. And we held several meetings, including with our IT director and public safety people, to try to reach the terms that council asked us to. I think that the terms that we were presented with at the last session where it was discussed with council are as good as we can get. We feel satisfied that it was the best deal on the table. We want to recommend at this time, you have one of two possibilities. Either we accept those terms or we reject them and go back to RFP. We're recommending that we accept them. And one of those reasons is based on public safety. This tower at 150 foot, which is the minimum to meet the spec we required, which is the entire municipality would be covered with a single system. We would be provided with a monthly stream of income based on the cell carriers to the tower, as well as a ground lease for the operation. In addition, we would be given our own antennas, which would be put in place and paid for and maintained by ComNet, and a fiber source from our antennas directly into the IT department to the computers that we currently hook into the 911 system with. That coverage is essential now that we are going into the consolidated 911 at the county with the Spielman software. The advantage of that software and all the money we're spending on it is that we have mobile coverage, including for the firehouse system, which is a software system in place, as well as for public safety, EMS, and integrated services. In addition, it would allow us for the first time to link in all our remote locations, including Public Works, the airport, and the landfill, which would allow us to, if we wanted to, go cashless and address one of the findings we had in our audit about cash handling at those locations. We have not been able to do that so far because our signal through traditional lines goes down, and so it kind of creates a mess. It would also allow us to do automated backup and information recovery from all those locations to a central location, providing a more secure IT system. What I would ask is that since this isn't a great deal of money to us, other than the fact that we do not have to construct the tower, and I can say that having been through that process, along with our IT director at the county, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. We would not have to bear any of that cost. But I think that the public safety consideration is paramount when you look at this. And therefore, I would ask the police chief and fire chief and Ovi if you could come forward with regards to your recommendations.
Mr. Mayor. Councilman Pearl.
While they're coming up, Mr. Bellis, did you indicate in your, as to locations that we could pick up, will it do the treatment plant as well?
Yes, it will. And I would like to add that one of the things we did get, which was important, which we had to pay for at the county, is that he did a radiography study of actually showing at different heights and at different frequencies any hollows or areas. And we feel this is the maximum coverage while providing the least intrusive tower. Gentlemen.
Chief, which chief?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Manager, thank you. This particular tower would really help with the fire department as far as the new software that we just picked up recently with the help of the previous administration and the new administration. As we came into it, we had been fighting for it for many years. And what it does is it helps us out a lot with the GIS on all the fire hydrants, pre-planning and stuff, and I could let Ovi go more into that because he's the one that's really been putting a lot of effort into that to get that program going. But in order for it to continue, it's the coverage area after we met with IT. It's pretty pertinent that we could be able to do these things with that.
Mayor.
One second.
No, yes,
okay.
sir.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thanks, Mayor. Mr. Mayor, councilors, Mr. Manager, being able to upgrade the 4G capacity in the area would really help our ability to respond more effectively and more efficiently. The software that we were able to procure last year has given us the ability to, as Chief was saying, pre-plan many of the buildings within our district. What that is we're taking building layouts, inputting them into our software, and we were able to pull those diagrams up in the field. They expedite our firefighting abilities. We know where we're going. We know where all the fixtures we need to access are located. We know the layouts of the buildings. We know high hazard areas, high hazard rooms, storages. Moreover, in discussions with Chief Weaver, they can also use those drawings and diagrams in case of bad situations. So having the 4G capability, we'll be able to access that much more quickly. Moreover, the software gives us the ability to track what we're doing, and it actually will help route us to calls, get us there more quickly, more safely. We can put in factors concerning, shut down roads, broken fire hydrants, anything that affects our response to fires or rescues, it will alert us to. There are dead zones in our area, and this would really help us to serve the community.
Ditto.
Thanks, Chief.
Their Department of the Year, who am I to?
Mr. Mayor,
I'd be careful, Chief. You're sitting between two of them.
I know. If I could ask this question, this will also eliminate the tower that we now have at the old police department and the need for all of that equipment to be monitored and maintained, correct?
It will. We have several towers right now. It'll streamline it. We won't have to maintain it. In case people aren't aware, we do have an 80-foot and a 60-foot tower. The county has a 100-foot tower and is actually contemplating, it was designed and probably will be expanded to at least 120, but they're already seeing that there's some coverage problems, and it would be good redundancy for the county since we're a linked system. And Councilman had also addressed some of the things you brought up before, like our meter reading, and I mean, we could automate that. The possibilities are endless. Planning department would be able to access and issue permits, and data from every department collected in the field would instantaneously go back into a central database.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council is asking for direction from council to approve the terms as presented in our last meeting and to direct the drawing of a contract between ComNet Communications and the Town of Taos.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Discussion. Councilor Hahn?
So just a clarification here then, as we approve the cell tower, this will go in front of Historic Preservation and Planning and Zoning.
That is correct. It will require the review by both both committees, and more than likely wind up back in front of you on an appeal from somebody, one way or the other. So you'll have another bite at this apple in the future.
Okay.
And then on our agenda, Mr. Mayor, the report from the Finance Department regarding this. We've already heard staff recommendations. Anything to add, Mrs. Fambro?
Councilmember Hahn, Mayor Councils, no, other than we did the best attempt to send out this proposal to as many vendors that we could possibly get our hands on at the time.
And I might add, I think the advantage, the reason others didn't respond is because ComNet really sets the picket line for our community throughout the county. They've established a number of towers through the county. County has the same requirement that they be allowed to hang public safety equipment on that. So it probably didn't make sense for the other bidders, since this is part of an overall network.
Thank you. And then finally, Q&A by ComNet. Are they even here? Councilman Gonzales?
They are present.
I'm Cindy Phillips from ComNet Wireless.
Aha.
Face, name.
The infamous Cindy Phillips.
And first, I want to say that had I known that I was going in front of 6 government officials that were hungry, I would have ordered pizza. But I want to thank you for giving ComNet the opportunity to answer your questions about our proposal. And I want to just bring a couple of things to your attention because they're probably crossing your mind. As Rick stated, ComNet's been in this town and this community providing service for at least 13 years. We have 15 cell sites in Taos County. Several were built at the request of some county commissioners who urged us to provide coverage not just in Taos, but in some of the outlying communities for public safety reasons. The need for quality in-building coverage is what brought us here. We love Taos, we love the Adobe buildings, but those walls are thick. And we have a real difficult time providing decent coverage. We call this site Taos Plaza because that's our intended main coverage, but it will benefit the whole area. Right now, you may not know this, but we also run a retail business. ComNet's a wholesale provider of rural coverage, but we also have a retail business called Choice Wireless. You may be familiar with it here in the community. We currently have 3,800 subscribers to our business in Taos County. And of those, just close to 1,400 of them get our Lifeline customers. So that means that they get free phones because they are qualified because of their low income. Of those, 388 are tribal Lifeline. Last night I met with the realty specialist from the Taos Pueblo, Riva Suazo. I wanted her to know about our project before she heard about it on the tower notification system that's done automated through the FCC. I wanted to make sure that the proposal wasn't going to be in a I think they call it a cone zone, where it would be in their sacred view shed, and she confirmed that it would be outside of that. So she didn't see where there was going to be a problem. We also did a preliminary run by the State Historical Office, and they're very familiar with ComNet. In fact, they used one of our projects as an example of the right way to conceal a tower in an area that was of very historic concern. And preliminarily, they thought it was a win-win for everyone because part of our proposal is to remove 2 existing towers and replace it with 1. I think the only other thing that I can add that doesn't actually refer to numbers is that we are currently in negotiations with Kit Carson Electric to purchase fiber and utilize their new fiber network for many of our locations in Taos County. And so I think that's also a benefit.
Cindy, can I ask you a couple of questions just for the record here? Because I know there are things that I've been asked. So do you feel that the estimated construction costs that you presented us are fair and accurate based on the other projects that you built throughout the county?
The construction costs?
Yes.
Yeah. I think they're going to be higher than usual because we're in pretty confined space, and we're going to have to work to not damage, existing structures around it. So it's going to be an expensive undertaking. And it will be slightly more than what it would normally cost us to build a tower in an area that, a raw land area that's in a field. But the estimates were derived by asking our construction people to put, pen to paper. And so I think they are accurate.
Okay, and there's a ground lease, then there's a minimum monthly, and then there's a projection of maximum income based on a build-out that 4 carriers will contract to mount antennas on your tower. It's AT&T, Verizon, Sprint, I don't remember the 4th.
T-Mobile.
T-Mobile. And do you feel that it's realistic that all 4 of those will seek to install on your tower?
I think that they would be foolish not to, because it's needed. The only really decent tower nearby is what we call Taos Downtown, which is on Cruz Alta. It's not that high. It doesn't provide the coverage that's necessary. The other site that's nearby is to the north at the blinking light. We know the story behind that tower. It's sitting there naked because the owner of the tower never went through the proper channels to get it approved before construction. And so you see these little, antennas mounted on the water tank. Our antennas are mounted on a splintered wooden pole that needs to be replaced. And we don't own it. We pay rent to be on that splintered wooden pole. And then there's another tower there. And they're all much, much shorter. And so everyone needs better coverage. And I think that this could solve a lot of problems for all of the other carriers.
Mr. Mayor?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilman.
Real quick, just for clarification, is this tower already part of the negotiation with Kit Carson's fiber network for the other 21 that you guys are looking at?
No, because it's not existing, and we cannot get there until we get approval here.
Floyd? Is he here? Should I recuse myself from discussion just because of the fact that I've worked on ComNet's previous 21 with Kit Carson?
Well, I do know, I'm sorry, that our people are discussing this with Luis Reyes.
Actually, they're discussing it with me.
Okay.
So I will recuse myself, Mr. Mayor.
And one last question. When we met with you, we expressed that 2 concerns that we would have that hopefully this would alleviate. One was that we're going more towards apps for tourism and people being able to use their phones to get around the town, and that people have complained about coverage in the Plaza area, and particularly because of shadowing from the Adobe buildings. The other concern was for public safety, and we asked you to do some radiography maps to show that, in fact, you would give us full coverage within the city limits. I think there was one little tiny corner up in, I can't remember where it was, that wasn't covered, but so this tower will address those 2 priorities that we asked from you, correct?
Yes, and I believe we provided coverage maps that show what our intended coverage is.
Okay, I have no more questions, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Anything else from the council?
Sorry it's taken so long to get to this point. We discussed
I
this quite a
appreciate
while
being here
back.
today. I know it's going to probably be a long, if this is all approved, then the stages that we have to go through, because we're federally regulated, the FCC requires us to do certain things, and that will take several months. And so, although it's taken us a while to get to this point, we still have challenges ahead of us to get through the historic the zoning, and those will probably be the biggest challenges that lie ahead now.
What is the wishes of the council?
Move for approval.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion, if any? Hearing none, seeing none, call for the vote.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzales? I'm sorry, Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Okay. So, council, I would just recommend, I know that we have a number of people, thank you, by the way, sorry, thank you.
Oh,
for-
thank you.
Thank you,
Yes,
Cindy.
thank you, Cynthia.
So, I know we have item D, activities, road closures, farmers market on the agenda. And we have a couple of items ahead of them that might take a while, and then we have a number of people in the audience sitting, and they've been waiting patiently. And I would just ask the council to consider moving that up if we could.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
So, item D, activities, road closures, farmers markets, presentation, discussion, consideration, possible action, or direction to staff concerning closing the plaza to vehicular traffic as well as various roads throughout town for activities, parades, special events, and possibly the farmers market. Mr. Bellis?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As an attachment to this item, you have a breakout. Judy, would you like to come forward? This is a breakout of those activities that we are aware of. Certainly, we feel very confident in the ones that would require any use of the plaza. But our goal, as had been discussed in one of our work sessions, is to eventually develop a list of all events. So this is not inclusive of everything that's happening in the town for the full year, but certainly those things that we feel would impact traffic, closures of roads of any kind, or public safety. The majority of others will be self-contained within the park or specific areas. And I know that there's particular interest in the farmers market. So I guess what we would ask is if you'd like us to go through any of these and you have any questions, we can answer those first because I think they'll probably be pretty quick, and then address the issue of the farmers market.
Council?
Mr. Mayor, if I could, so these are only the projects that would require, at the current time, that have been brought to, that we're aware of that will be happening this year, that would require either road closure or the plaza. But we don't have anything here for Kit Carson Park.
We do have Solar Fest and the Lilac Festival, but no. There are events that happen in the park that don't really have public safety implications other than just the normal booking of the park, but we certainly wanted to identify those that we thought would impact traffic.
I mean, wouldn't the Wolf Festival impact traffic? And I mean, that's one of the biggest ones I can think of. You know, there's also the
Car show.
well, the car show doesn't do that much traffic, but there's the Arts and Crafts Fair. There are a couple of them in the park.
We didn't actually include those,
I'm-
but we can.
I'm just thinking in the sense that maybe, as a matter of policy, the council should make annually approve those calendars of events that are happening on public property, whether they're in the parks or whether they're in the plaza or they're on the streets. You know, just kind of like say, okay, here are the things that we approve, and if you're not in there, then you got to come and see us. And just as a matter of policy, I think it would be a nice thing to do so that we can get that calendar out early on all of these different things that are going on that everybody wants public support for. And it just is my thought. So that's the reason I looked at at the park and didn't see anything other than the two items that are there, but I know there's others. One of the other things that isn't in here is the Taos Pride. Has that not come up?
They're actually
in there.
listed.
Is it? I didn't
Yes.
see it. Maybe I missed it. But don't they use Kit Carson Park as well?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, Albright to Kit Carson, starting at 10.
I don't, yeah, and what about the Mother's Day?
Mother's Day isn't in there either.
Is that gonna be in Kit Carson Park, or is that gonna go back to the county?
I believe I have a meeting next Wednesday with the former mayor, and he's going to go over what his plans are. The original request came from Councilman Cantu to identify and bring to council any events that were going to be held on the plaza, and we just sort of started fleshing it out and putting the word out there to other people. We also will have a draft of resolution to come before you, slightly modifying the use of town property, because we know that last year there were some concerns about the arts and crafts fairs and some other activities. And we indicated to businesses before we, excuse me, before we approve that again this year, that that issue would come back to council, particularly those activities that are purely commercial in nature and use public resources.
And Mr. Bellis, you know, like the presentation that was brought to us today by, I think, with the Taos Society of Artists, and, you know, the 100-year and 400-year, and those aren't listed, so. 50 years. Or, yeah, 50-year. And I just want to make sure that those, before we give them, you know, an approval, that it comes back to the board for our approval, so that we're not, you know, it's not carte blanche, you know.
I'm more than happy to do that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Council, any further questions or comments? I do have a question on, because under, let's see here, closures at the Taos Plaza, you know, even if it's partial closure, we're listing them as a closure, because I know the farmer's market tentative, it says closure, so, but there's going to be one street left open. Is that correct?
That's up to you as the council, but that is what has been proposed, correct?
Okay.
One street or one in and out?
It would be to leave the north side open as it operated last year.
So in off of the Fort Way and then through the plaza and out
To
the north
Placita,
end.
yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I don't have any issues with any of the closures or temporaries on streets and the plaza at this point, except that I think that we need to have more discussion on the farmer's market, since that's what people are here to talk to us about, I believe.
Yeah, there was one thing I did want to bring up, excuse me. I just have a concern, which happened during the Congos, is that it was closed way ahead of time. And the people that were monitoring it were the merchants who were affected, of course, but if we could keep from closing it too soon and get more of a grip of exactly when to close it, so it won't be excessive.
And Chief, do you want to address that? I know that, you know, you brought that to us because of safety issues, and you wanted to make sure that you guys swept the area before, so that make sure that there was any suspicious packages, or I don't know if you want to address that.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, in this day and age, that is pretty much something I find to be a requirement, is that we have access to any areas that's going to have concerts, or anytime there's big events. I do it for the council chambers, that we try to gain access and do as much of a sweep as we can, and also maintain that alertness during the event as well. So it's not something that we take for granted. It's also something we try to keep kind of low key. But you know, many times we need that access, and we need that kind of uninterrupted time as well.
And thank you, Chief. And Mr. Bellis, any new events like the Congos or anything like that would come back for approval along with a budget, correct?
That
For
is-
approval.
That is my intent. That's correct. I will take that as direction from the council.
So,
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and move that we approve the calendar as presented.
Mr. Mayor, before we have a second on that, I still would like to hear from the public on the farmer's market.
Oh, I'm not, I was separating those two issues out.
Okay, because it's.
That's what
part
I
of
thought I
this.
heard you say.
No, I just wanted to hear from them before we passed on any of this.
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't have a problem with any of the other stuff.
I'll withdraw my motion then. I thought we were going to parse it out and deal first with the calendar and then the farmer's market. So let me remove my,
If you want to parcel it out, we
okay.
can do that.
It's okay.
I just hadn't done that.
Everything but the farmer's market.
what was that?
We could approve everything but the farmer's market.
Okay.
If we want to parcel it out.
Or we can hear from people. Anybody who wants to
You
speak?
want to do that? You want
Well, you
to take
wanna-
and
you wanna
approve
take it?
everything except the farmer's
Sure,
market?
well, let's perhaps, yeah, let's parse it out then.
Okay.
Okay.
And let's maybe get public comment on the calendar, since this is,
Okay,
right, discussion. Yeah.
please, Mitch. Come up and just state your name for the record and.
Good afternoon. My name is Mitch Miller, Mayor, council members, Mr. Bellis. The reason that I wanted to speak, Councilman Peralta, was to address that I'm in negotiations with Michael Hearn in High Road Productions to bring the barn dance to Taos this year. It's a 3-day event, tracks about 2,000 people. And we're getting ready to approach you, the city. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention now, because this is kind of what the calendar that you're looking at, and that would be the second weekend of September. And that would, I believe it's a Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And we're going to be asking consideration to utilize Kit Carson Park. We would need a setup time, which is about 4 days, and a tear down time, which is a couple of days. Our audience primarily comes out of Oklahoma, Texas, Colorado, Utah, and they will be staying in the hotels. And the reason we want to bring it back to Taos is the proximity to restaurants, hotels, and the Plaza. We believe that it's a value added to our ticket holder to be downtown versus where we've been. And again, it's preliminary. However, because this discussion was being conducted right now, I just wanted to at least let you know that we're going to be talking with you soon.
What
As a
is-
matter of fact, within the next couple of weeks.
Mr. Mayor, what is that date?
You know, I believe it's the 11th, 12th, and 13th. It's the weekend after Labor Day.
Okay.
And that's traditional.
And this is at Kit Carson Park?
We're going to be asking for that. That's, you know, our size has grown, and our footprint for last year was a 90-foot by a 120-foot tent, which was all dance floor. So we had that dance floor for Saturday night. And more than likely, we're going to be looking at a larger tent this year with satellite tents for dancing throughout the event.
You said is it the first weekend or the second?
It's the weekend right after Memorial Day, or Labor Day, I'm sorry.
Okay, so that would be the Friday, the 11th, 12th, and 13th?
It would be the 10th, 11th, and 12th. It's a Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Okay.
So,
Well, that sounds
again,
exciting.
you were in that discussion, so I just wanted to, if it was a calendar issue, make it aware that we will be approaching you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak on the calendar of events that is currently being proposed? If not, what's the wishes of the council?
So I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we parse out the calendar of events from the farmer's market. Go ahead and approve the calendar as stated.
Second.
And discussion?
Discussion?
Yes, and it's my understanding too that Mr. Bellis will be coming to us with the park issues and a proposed calendar that way. Did I hear that? Okay, thank you.
Well, I'd like to also include in there where, since it's, the daylight hours go so late, that as much of the work could be done in the evening rather than taking an entire full day the next, to take up the time that is valuable to merchants when it's not necessary.
I concur.
Thank you, Counselor. So we do have a motion. We do have a second. Any further discussion? If not, call for the vote.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzales?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
You know, we know.
So, oh, and
Thank you.
Judy, go ahead. I'm sorry, we didn't.
Oh, no, I'm done.
And you do have already a list for the Kit Carson Park, correct?
I'll get with Gilbert on that list, yes.
And you'll get with Rick and bring that back to us.
What we will do is, we'll post in a report to you when you get your agendas from now on, at least once a month, an updated calendar of new events that are being proposed, and for your consideration, whether we're sponsoring them or people are coming to us. And hopefully we'll have that master calendar in a month or so.
Okay.
All right. So then, thank you. So then we did break this up into two parcels, so now we'll take on the possibility of the farmer's market on the plaza. Or off the plaza. Anybody want to? Go ahead. Your name for the record.
I'm Daniel Carmona. Mr. Mayor and council members and Mr. Bellis. First of all, I'll identify who I am. I run the biggest vegetable farm in the county, and I'm the biggest or one of the biggest vendors at the Taos Farmers Market. I started selling there in 1983. In 1983, the market was hosted by the Taos County Courthouse parking lot.
Daniel.
Everybody loved it there.
I don't think the audience can hear you, and it's important for the TV audience, so can we make sure your mic is good? Sorry to
Hello.
interrupt. Good.
Should I repeat anything? Okay. Taos Farmers Market was at the Taos County Courthouse location in the 80s and 90s, and it moved over to the Town Hall parking lot around 2001. I might have my year wrong, approximately. When it was at the county location, everybody loved it. When it was at the Town Hall parking lot, everybody loved it there. When it was at the Plaza, everybody loved it there. So I think anywhere that the Taos Farmers Market is located, there's going to be people flocking to it and really enjoying the experience. I did work on the board of the Taos Farmers Market for 10 years, for 9 years. I procured leases for the market by talking to the town council right here in these council chambers. During that time, I hired all the employees, wrote all the checks, set the rates, enforced the rules, and I was deeply involved in the market. So I know a lot about how the market works. Now, in November, I asked the Taos Farmers Market Board if I'd be able to park my truck in Taos Plaza in 2015 so I could sell. I have a big farm operation, so I need to have a truck. And I was told, well, we don't have a lease yet, we don't know. In December, I made the same inquiry. In January, I'm here now to find out. Because if the venue, I've heard that the Plaza venue, I heard this from several times from Mr. Bellis or council members, that it's being considered there will be no trucks there. That would mean I would need to have another place to sell. That works perfectly for me because I know that the farmers market can be located in other locations and work fine for all the customers and all the farmers. So that's important to me. So I've had to, since I haven't been able to find out whether or not I'll be able to sell, I've had to explore other possibilities. Now, I think that before the town council decides whether or not the farmers market should be in the plaza for 3 more years, or 1 more year for that matter, that there's a few issues that have to be discussed. First of all, the farmers market's already outgrown the plaza location. There were no fruit vendors in there this year, and every once in a while, when we're blessed, we get a good fruit year, and it'll add 20 20 more vendors that want to sell there. Fruit is a wonderful product that people want. Secondly, if no trucks are allowed in the plaza, that's going to eliminate the larger farmers from wanting to sell there. They're going to have to go somewhere else. It'd be a shame to break the market up. Now, vendors, I mean, farmers have to work 40, 80, 100 hours a week, the ones that are going to the farmer's market. And to require them to unload their trucks, park over there where customers should be parking, come back to their spot, and then load their trucks at the end of the market, I think that's a great burden to put on farmers. I think it adds an hour to an hour and a half to their workday. So I think that that spot's not very good. I don't think that's a good thing to make farmers do. There's no room to expand there. If we have a good fruit year there, I don't believe there's enough room to host the market in a good fruit year. There's no room for expansion. And I believe developing Taos agriculture further has a lot of benefits to the community. And so siting the market in a place where there's plenty of room for expansion, I think, is very important. I have a USDA a list of how to site a farmer's market. And when I look at this list of how to choose your location, it looks to me like Taos Plaza doesn't qualify for any of the items on the list. When you're in Taos Plaza, you can't see where the parking is. When you're in the parking lot, you can't see where the market is. And that's a big thing for farmers markets, is visibility. And I'm not even addressing if there's enough parking. I'm not addressing if people love the market in the plaza. I'm just talking about the rules of retail and the modern world we live in. Taos is a very special place, but it's not so special that we don't have to have plenty of parking for everybody. Farmers markets always need to be visible to be successful. So I believe the farmers market should be located down the street in the county courthouse parking lot where it used to be, where people loved it, where it was very successful 20 years ago. The county's wide open to that. The county wants it there, and the parking lot is giant, and the county's willing to make improvements to make a new home a very large place so that there's plenty of room for the market, so vendors can have their trucks, so that everyone can see it from the main road. All the traffic passing by, it's a heavy place for traffic with a lot of people that are out spending money. It seems like a superior place to have the market. Another big concern I have is that following the politics of getting a lease to have the market in the plaza, it's been pointed out to me that Mr. Bellis told the Farmers Market Board in December that they would have to collaborate or cooperate with Marco Schmidt and an organization called Comida. So I've never heard of this organization before. I know who Mr. Schmidt is. Mr. Schmidt was working for the farmers market, and he was terminated from his position for incompetence. So when I hear that Mr. Bellis tells the Farmers Market Board they must cooperate with the man they just fired, that sounds to me like it's an inappropriate request from Mr. Bellis, or that the town shouldn't be requiring the farmers market to do that. The farmers market never needed to have an intermediate organization help them make the market, but that seems to be what Mr. Bellis is demanding. The organization Comida, I've never heard of it before. It doesn't represent farmers. It certainly doesn't represent me. Earlier, at the beginning of this meeting, there were awards of appreciation for people that worked on advisory boards and committees to help the farm. And I don't think Comida, the organization Comida, which is a brand new thing, which has no track record of ever doing anything, no experience ever helping farmers do anything, I don't think that Comida is an advisory board or is a committee, and I don't think it has any credibility. And there's plenty of other organizations in Taos that have credibility, that help farmers, that know something, that have been here for many years, that if Mr. Bellis believes that the farmers must collaborate with someone else in order to have a lease, I believe that there should be a call out to the public to get volunteers who want to be on an advisory board or a committee. It shouldn't be some new organization that has no track record or expertise that the farmers market is forced to work with. I don't believe the town council voted to make this a requirement for the farmer's market. And I negotiated leases 9 times with the Town of Taos, and never was I required to have someone else like Comida be in the middle of it all. I watched a meeting on television Thursday, and it's great that we have these meetings televised. And I saw Mr. Marco Schmidt and Paul Cross up there talking about the farmer's market. Neither one of those gentlemen is a board member of the farmer's market. Neither one of them represents me or any other farmers. I think the town should be negotiating with the farmer's market board, not with people who aren't on the board, and communicating with them in order to make a lease for the Taos farmer's market on any of the town property. So, to sum it up, I think the plaza is not the best spot for the farmer's market. It definitely limits the market. There's no room for expansion. There's no room for fruit growers. I think that the board should consider that no matter where the farmer's market is located, except for the considerations of public safety and traffic flow and success for everyone, that it can be located just about anywhere and people will love it. I believe that Mr. Bella should not be able to dictate that the market must work with an organization called Comida or any other organization, because it's never needed that before in the past. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Daniel.
Go ahead.
I'd like to clarify a couple things, Daniel, before you leave the podium. I've been involved with most of the discussions regarding the farmers market since harvest in October. And I just want to clarify that it's really under my suggestion that the town has looked at forging a collaborative partnership with Comidas and TFMI. Mr. Bellis is just the manager. He certainly is instrumental and a guidance as far as policy and procedure, but I want to make it very clear that when you single out one person, and that perhaps you might want to reconsider and reflect on that, it's inappropriate, I feel. So I wanted to make that really clear, Daniel. You and I go back about 40 years, so you know me pretty well, 30 years.
30.
Secondly, as far as the negotiations with TFMI and all of our conversations, Paul is the board's representative. That's been my understanding. And thirdly, though Comidas may be the new kid on the block, and I'm glad you actually brought this up so that the folks out in the ethers can hear this. Comidas is going to be involved in outreach, education, acequia, revitalization, reaching out to the brick and mortar businesses, in fact, they've already begun this, helping them to really maximize the increased traffic by their businesses. So I would encourage you to either spend some time with me, Daniel, so that I can talk to you more about that, or with Paul or Marco. But I just wanted to make that clear. This is not something to be pinned on the manager. If you're going to pin it on somebody, pin it on me. Thank you.
I would like to pin it on you, Fritz.
I'll take it.
The organization Comida has no track history. It's just invented. It doesn't have any success ever working with markets, farmers markets, or farmers, or doing outreach for anything.
Well,
So I would suggest that if the town is going to throw that in the middle of the farmers market, that they make they let other organizations have an opportunity to bid on being the organization doing that. I'd say this is like nepotism, to throw someone in there that's a friend of yours instead of having qualified people from the community that have much more experience, thousands times more experience than Comida, doing the same thing.
Well, this is beginning to verge on a personal attack, and not necessarily on me, but just the tone of it. So I'm going to ask that we be respectful. Comidas has, in fact, applied for their 501c3. the way I look at this, there could be a very advantageous relationship developing here where TFMI as a for-profit actually could benefit with and from the collaborative efforts of a 501c3. That being said, the farmers market was a huge success this past summer in the eyes of the citizenry, not necessarily for all the farmers and certainly not for the brick and mortars. After harvest is when these folks approached me. I did not know Mr. Schmidt or Angelo McCourse or any of their board members. I think I knew one board member because we sit on a board together, but my involvement with her was unknown at that time until we ended up at the same meeting and then realized, oh my gosh, you're here. I don't know Paul. I don't know any of the TFMI people. So I have no friends on either of these boards that I'm aware of other than this one board member for Comitas. That being said, Comitas has developed a relationship with some kind of organization, and I can't recall her name now, that specializes in grant writing and strengthening the farmer's hand. So that would be my response. Thank you for listening.
Sure.
Councilor Peralta?
Yeah, I just have one question for you. From your experience in that, if, in knowing you were on the Plaza this year, correct?
Yes, I was selling there.
So how many of the farmers that were on the Plaza this year do you feel would want to have their trucks on the Plaza?
Well, I did talk to farmers, and I made a list of 16 farmers, and I have their names, addresses, phone numbers.
So 16 vehicles on the Plaza would do what? Overcrowd?
No, that was 16 growers who thought that farmers should be allowed to have their trucks because that's what helps in our location
No.
with the facilities available.
Okay, what I'm saying though is if all 16 of those farmers brought their trucks onto the Plaza, that would cut out a lot of people from being able to have their tents.
That is true.
Okay, that's the question I'm asking. So if you did that, you would actually shrink the market rather than keep it where it is or let it grow.
Correct, or you would split the market with the farmers who need to have their trucks needing to go to another location.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could explain the need for the trucks close to where you're vending.
Well, okay, I have a large farm, so I bring about 3,000 pounds of food to sell. Most fresh vegetables that are leafy, especially, are going to be wilting by 11 o'clock. The market runs till 1, but really the sales stop around 12 o'clock. But if I bring that much product to the market, I have to keep it cold. So if I have it all in my truck, stacked up in stacks, and it comes out of a refrigerator when I load my truck, I have nice cold food. I slowly remove it from the truck, place it on the rack, and sell it to people. If I had to take all the product out of my truck and stack it up on the pavement in the sun, it wouldn't stay cold. And I'd end up losing a lot of money, doing a lot of work, packing up a lot of produce. If I don't sell it all, it wouldn't be usable anymore.
So then after 4 hours, it would be, bacteria possibility?
Well, that's true. I mean, there are laws about food, about keeping it refrigerated. So at the farmers markets, if they're in the morning and you've brought food that you've had refrigerated and you have it stacked in a cold truck, then it stays cold. If you have to unload it from your truck, it's going to warm up real fast.
Okay, well, I just wanted to have a fair and balanced presentation to the council to make a decision that where we're all informed. I haven't spoken with Marco or Paul, but it's fair just to include everybody that's involved with the farmers market so that we can hear a fair representation. Thank you for coming.
And Daniel, before you leave, basically a group came to us, asked us if we'd lease or lend the plaza to them, whether it be the farmers market or whatever. And we're getting confused here because we're not the county. So if you want to ask the county, go ask the county. for
Right.
their use of their parking lot.
Right.
And if they grant it, well, then you have a place to put your truck.
Exactly.
But again, if the wishes of the council is to lend the plaza to a farmer's market, then, you know, that's your prerogative to move over there or not move over there. So,
Right.
you know, because we're not trying to make that decision for you. We're just looking, there, you guys came to us, or a group came to us, wanting to lease or use the plaza in whatever manner we could lend it to them. And if the wishes of the council is to do that, then that's the wishes, not to circumvent where you're going or
Right.
or there's other opportunities. I know there was a young woman here that said there was other opportunities in another field. That's your guys' prerogative to study that and look for your guys' sake, if you
Right.
guys are outgrown. But, so I'm just throwing that out there, because it's not our decision, you know, it's not our decision if you want to go over there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I only brought it up because because I don't want the Taos Farmers Market to get split up, and I think the plaza is too small, and that's why I gave you that information. Because I've had a lot of experience running the market, seeing how many vendors there are, I thought you should know that. Also, I'd like to point out one more thing. Not all members of the Taos Farmers Market Board want to agree with Mr. Marco Schmidt or Mr. Paul Cross. There are members of the Farmers Market Board that do not want to have to be forced into an affiliation with Comida. And they're not here today, and I believe that the town council wants a fair and balanced representation. They should talk to all the Taos Farmers Market Board members, not just the ones that are here today.
And I want to, just one more clarification, Daniel. In my presentation, I thought from Mr. Cross was that Comida was going to be allowed a booth on the plaza to, I guess, solicit help for the farmers, to try to help find grants and that type of stuff. I understood that the main course that we were following was through Mr. Cross, who we understood, or we understand, is the kind of the, I don't want to say the hired gun, but the guy that is speaking for the farmer's market. And so that was my understanding. If I'm wrong, I would want to know that too.
Well, as I said, if you talk to all the Farmers Market Board members, you'll find out that they don't all agree that Mr. Cross is speaking for them.
Daniel, can I ask you a question? At any time in the past year when the farmer's market was on the plaza, were you directed by anybody by the town or anybody by the farmer's market that you could not have your truck?
No, I just heard it. I heard it in last Thursday night's meeting, too, that it was a possibility, that I wouldn't be able to in 2015. I heard it, I watched it on television.
I think what you might have not seen on television is, in fact, they presented a map which indicated that and I believe it was a statement by Mr. Cross, that the trucks, so that they didn't block the storefronts, would be asked to be on the north side of the plaza, away from the storefronts, and that the Gorge and those businesses had agreed to that. That's actually the same arrangement that was carried out last year. And I want to clarify one more thing. There's been no forcing anybody to have to work together. The reality of it is there's 3 groups out there after probably your most successful farmer season ever. It appeared that the farmer's market in a peak of success was going to split into 3 groups. And that would not, as you just said, that'd be the worst thing that happens, is to split up the farmer's market. So what happened was to try to negotiate that everybody would work together. And Comida isn't trying to run the farmer's market. They want to do an educational component and have a sample MOU up here for Paul, which makes, at the request of your board, makes no mention of Comida at all. Just, it would be nice, guys, if you all work together. Because if you all look like you're fighting, you know what? Elected officials don't want to sit up here or at the county. And I was in that role at the county when someone representing you came over and wanted to split the farmer's market up there and said that the parking lot over here was a bad location. So it seems to kind of be a history with the farmer's market. And all we want to do is not be put in that position of having to play judge over which group is the best. It'd be great if everybody could work together. And that was the only role that the town played in that.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul, did you want to?
So for the record, I'm Paul Cross, the town liaison from the Taos Farmers Market Board. We were on the telephone last night for about 2.5 hours, discussing once again this issue of the farmers market on the plaza and alternatives to that as well. It certainly all did come up. And I just wanted to acknowledge, I'm not so sure if everyone is still here, but we did have quite a number of farmers who were here today. Chris Bergner, the president of Taos Farmers Market, is here. That's Copperpot Farms up top of Miranda Canyon. Chris Lee is our treasurer. He's up near Vadito and Llano Billy Ranch. Dave and Kelly West, they're back in the corner there. They have West's Beef, Kelly's Eggs, and Kelly is a baker, vendor of the market. Kelly West is currently a director on the board of directors of Taos Farmers Market, and she's a past president of the market as well. Sam Richardson is here, up in the corner there. He was an employee last year. He's still with us thus far, and he was our site manager, the guy on the ground all of last year. So he's a great resource for you to get information from, because he was the one who was really making it happen last year. Chad Belleville, Blossoms and Sprouts Farm, he's here. Great grower. Jeff Cochran, a past president of Taos Farmers Market, Talpa Gardens, good. And Daniel Carmona, Cerro Vista Farms, who introduced himself already and negotiated many of these prior leases. I do feel, and the board, as of last night, unless something has changed, as of 8 o'clock last night, the board agreed that they would like to continue to engage the town and have Taos Farmers Market on the plaza from the second Saturday of May, which is May the 9th, all the way to Halloween. And we feel that it is a great win for the town, and it's a great win for the farmers. Daniel did, and you clarified that, Mr. Bellis. When Mr. Hahn was speaking at the vision meeting last Thursday night, that's where you actually mentioned something that we agreed that there wouldn't be trucks on the plaza. And as soon as I had the opportunity, I corrected that for the record so that people knew. And if you look in your packet, Mr. Bellis is correct. He's got it down that we do have truck spaces reserved. There's one in front of the old movie theater, and then some along the gorge there. We really need, I was very happy to hear, Mr. Bellis, that you're talking about a two-party agreement simply between the Town of Taos and Taos Farmers Market. And what the board agreed to and what I put in the proposal was that we have a nonprofit booth that exists at the farmers market, and we bring in all kinds of different nonprofits over the course of the season with those 25, 26 markets that we do each year. Oh, and by the way, while I'm thinking of it, I don't know if on your calendar for Kit Carson Park, last year we were in Kit Carson Park for Fiestas weekend. And I don't know if that made that on that calendar or not. So
it is listed.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
With the exception of that weekend, you're in Plaza. It says we'll be in the park.
Okay. So we've been working long and hard to try to come together and work with all the various parties. You know, we have the merchants, we have, all kinds of people that we need to work with. And I know that Lynn Fitzgerald just got my email address so that she can get her concerns put out to the entire board, and I want to help on that. So I feel that there will be a time when we outgrow the plaza. I don't think that's 2015, 16, 17, okay? And right now we have our booth sizes are 12 by 12s. We may at some point need to go down to 10 by 10. Santa Fe Farmers Market, they're down to 10 by 10. We'd like to stick at 12 by 12 for now. There's also the possibility at some point, if this is all beginning to work, that we could close the North Plaza Street So that's another thing. I don't think we're going to need that this year, but that is another possibility if we need to grow. You know, most of the markets in Europe, it's all completely closed to vehicular traffic, and that becomes a public safety issue. I spoke with Chief Weaver after last Thursday's meeting about the difficulty that we have in making sure those farmers get off the plaza in a timely manner. And he agreed that he would show up in uniform and help to assist the farmers and to get off the plaza in a timely manner. And we thought that would be very, you know, he's a very gracious man, and he could do that in a very gracious manner. And it wouldn't be any sort of a threatening situation. But so the we need to come to a decision quickly because, you know, my tomatoes are already up. They're 4 days old at this point, but they're going to need to be put in the greenhouse soon. Farmers need to start tilling extra land, which of course is too muddy to do right now, but if inside the high tunnels and stuff, the farmers really need an answer right away. So, you know, we've been promised an agreement. I know that, you know, we always feel like we're the highest priority, but we know that you have many, many bigger and grander issues than us, and we do appreciate what time and effort that you have all given us already. But I would really like to see a 3-year lease agreement for the plaza with the two-party agreement, as Mr. Bellis stated, and for now, just the plaza and the 3 streets. You know, as Comida gets organized and their sort of stuff, they can approach the board directly. They don't have to work through me. The board asked me just to be a single point of contact for the town because it's a lot easier for you to send all communications through one point of contact than it is to go to 5. But, you know, if that's not the role that really works, no problem for me to step back from that too. You know, I'm simply serving at the pleasure of the board of directors and doing my best to help improve the town and keep everything going happily with all the farmers. You know, Daniel is definitely our biggest grower and one of our better growers, and I, you know, completely support him as a grower with his truck on Taos Plaza. We can't give him an honest answer until we hear from you and we have a signed agreement. So I would like at least some kind of a motion today to set some deadlines on when we're going to get this agreement so that, you know, let's say by noon Friday that we have an agreement that the board can review and decide. And whatever that looks like, we just need to know. We just can't be drawing this out any further. It's almost February and crops are planted. Do you have any questions for me?
Councilor Gonzales.
Mr. Mayor, I do, and for me, it's asking the question, if you guys are not on the farmer's market, would it hinder the farmer's market ability to stay vital and remain alive? Because the argument that I have on both sides is that I have businesses telling me that they've seen a large reduction in sales on one of the biggest selling days, which is Saturdays. And I have businesses that are saying it's creating better stimulation for their business. But my concern is any decision I make gets impacted one way or the other. And my biggest fear is we're already fighting tooth and nail to retain jobs within this community. If I shut down 2 or 3 businesses that provide even 4 decent medium income jobs, and I without peering into their books, I couldn't tell you what that looked like, but it's gonna impact us negatively, and I don't want to make a decision that impacts for one day on a short selling season when businesses are trying to remain vital all year long. So I need that question answered first of all, is if you're not there, does it hinder the farmer's market ability to stay vital?
The trend in New Mexico, we were looking at the data from the New Mexico Farmers Marketing Association, and farmers market sales are down everywhere except Taos. Okay, so we had an increase in sales by virtue of moving on to the plaza. So if we are to move off of the plaza, may well impact farmers' sales if we do that.
So I guess, Mr. Mayor, my other question is that when you sit in this position, it's a hard position to sit in because I'm tasked with weighing the options of public, I guess, likeliness towards the farmer's market and its existence of where it exists. On the other side, I have to look at the equation of businesses that pay a brick and mortar rent that contribute to gross receipts taxes within this community. Whereas food sales don't qualify under that stipulation. It's, for us, I think it's not an easy task for any of us up here to make that assumption. I mean, it's all in the perception of, will the public like me tomorrow for the decision I make?
You are in a very difficult position.
So for me, I guess, how can the city help you in either direction? I mean, I just fail to see how this could be the cure-all, because the farmer's market has existed for a long time. And with all due respect to the sales being down everywhere else, I mean, I think Taos takes a different approach with regards to a healthy lifestyle than other communities. And just the visibility of the farmer's market in general. While I did see a lot more stimulation in the plaza, I couldn't quantify what that meant to some of the vendors. I mean, I went to Sunshades a couple of times, and they said I was the only guy that had been there that whole morning. But I mean, without peering into somebody's books to actually validate that, which I'm not about to do, right. I don't understand how the farmers market could be impacted so greatly that this wouldn't have killed their existence previously.
So putting the farmers market elsewhere will not kill our existence. There's no doubt about that. I think our 2014 gross receipts tax totals around $1,500. So that's all, we pay tax on what we owe tax on. But the value to the town is more than the dollars. It's about preserving the authenticity of Taos and the authenticity of the plaza. And it is the lifeblood of Taos as a tourist town is that authenticity. And the farmers market delivers that very well. And so I know that you have to look in terms of the dollars and our impact upon the business. And we want to help those businesses. And there is an opportunity now. They have an extra 1,000 people a day that are steps away. So how do we get them to take those last few steps and get into those stores and spend some money there too? That was part of the presentation with those A-frame signs. When we first moved to the town hall parking lot, the library thought it was the most terrible thing in the world that we were in that town hall parking lot. And now the library loves the farmers market because they come and they have their book sales, and there's been that collaboration that has evolved over time. So this was a one-year experiment. I certainly hope that we can continue that and to see how we can impact the brick and mortars in a positive manner. Because I do think that, if you have an extra 1,000 people down there, the tourists all want to come to Taos Farmers Market because they may not spend that much with us, but they get to experience what life is in Taos. And, it has been such a treat, such a wonderful thing. That's hard to quantify in dollars. The amazing exuberance of Saturday on the plaza now compared to what it was. So some of I don't want to take up all of the time, so whenever you're done with me, I'll certainly step back. And I can come back up at any time if you have more questions for me. But I know that some of our farmers want to talk about as well.
I'm open to that.
Did you have any other questions?
Not right now.
Counselor?
I have some comments, but I think I'm going to let a few people speak before I say anything.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I may come back up, or I may leave it to all the others. Thank you.
Well, it's 5:20. We've all been here 4 hours and 20 minutes. Thank you all for listening. I'm Sam Richardson. I was the site manager this year for the market. I'll be brief. I think this is an issue is or issue ain't deal. Issue, that is, are you going to grant this lease to Taos Farmers Market without strings attached, or aren't you? You've heard all the issues. They're all valid. One string that cannot be attached is this coalition with Comida. As Paul said, we'll have a nonprofit table. They can come and sit as a nonprofit if they get that status. But to Mr. Bellis's comment about it appears that we're feuding, Thursday night, Mr. Schmidt was up here talking about a partnership and coalition, and this all came as a surprise to the Farmers Market Board. Nobody told the board that Marco Schmidt was going to be, and Comida was going to be presented as a partner. None of the board knew about that. Mr. Cross didn't know about it. That came from Mr. Bellis. This whole Comida thing is his idea. Possibly a good idea, but I don't think you ladies and gentlemen understand, I'm trying not to be personal here, but Mr. Schmidt was terminated. How would you like somebody to tell you you've got to work with your greatest political opponent or an employee you've fired because somebody else is trying to force this relationship? That's what's happening here. So you have a choice. Give the lease to the farmers market without strings and let the market work all this out, parking and all these other things we can work with. But you cannot tell the market who they're going to be in partnership with. If you want to run the market, try it. But if you want the farmers market to run it, let the farmers market run it. They're farmers. They gave you a good market this year. All these problems with the merchants, council, former employees, these were dropped on the market. The market did not cause any of this. And now we're sitting here 3 months down the road. Tomatoes have been planted, and we still don't have a decision. Is you is or is you ain't? Questions?
Thank you.
I just wanted to add one thing. I didn't introduce Jacqueline here, and she's from Bison Star, and she's a soap vendor who was selling at market last year. So I'm sorry, I left that out in my introductions.
Again, and Mr. Mayor, again, I just want to clarify, this is not a Mr. Bellis decision. Sam, as you may recall, we've been meeting for a long time, and I have insisted from the beginning that the two groups speak to each other. There may be some kind of communication problem going on with TFMI, but you've been privy to some of those conversations. So,
and you've put Comida in a position, they're playing at the table with farmers market's chips. All this stuff about going around the plaza talking to businesses that Mr. Schmidt has been doing, the farmers market didn't authorize him to do that. That came from Mr. Bellis.
Well,
he's been playing with the farmers market's chips in this deal.
Thank you for sharing, Sam. I just wanted to make that clear, that we've been talking about this collaborative effort for a while now.
Behind everyone's back. Behind everyone's back.
Excuse me, miss, if you'd like to speak, come up and speak.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. Never done this before. I'm a little nervous, but you know, I love the Taos Farmers Market. I've sold there for 10 years.
Your name for the record.
I'm
sir.
Jeff Cochran with
Thank
Talpa
you.
Gardens, and we're a successful farm, so we pay taxes. We paid taxes 9 years, and I was on the board for several years, and it's a tough job. It's you know, it's something that we always started January 1st to plan out for the year, and so yeah, we are anxious to get things going for the year. For me personally, I was there all last year selling. The plaza was awesome. I mean, our sales were through the roof. We very seldom came back with any leftover produce, which at the old location, sometimes we would come back with leftover produce. And because I had had experience on the board, I was really curious how it was going to work out. And so I was asking all of our customers, what do you think? Do you like it? Do you not like it? And it was 100% positive. People loved it. one of the concerns we were having was parking, and I've heard it today mentioned too. Parking, I was asking people, what about the parking? They were totally impressed with all the free parking that was provided. No one complained about the parking. A lot of people noticed the big handicap parking area. And I mean, it was a total success. Like, people were just crazy about it. The local businesses, I mean, I can see where, maybe they have some concerns. Thousands of people right at your doorstep. I don't know how, starting at 8 in the morning, I don't know how that's a bad thing. And I saw a lot of farmers buying stuff. I know every day I was buying ice cream, and I mean, this wasn't even planned. I was surprised Sunshades was not happy. These sunglasses I bought there, after I had got done with the farmer's market, I had cash. They're $50 sunglasses. I had never bought $50 sunglasses before in my life. I bought them because I had some money. I was right there. I saw the sunglasses. I never would have went and done that kind of on my own. Next week, my wife went and bought a pair. So we had two $50 sunglasses that we never would have bought, So, I think they are getting business. A lot of the farmers are buying coffee from the coffee shops there. The coffee shops are packed in the morning that are there. And that's it. Basically, we're all farmers. We just want to have a good time. We're in the Plaza was a good time. We had a lot of fun, and it was a huge success. People who were buying loved it, and it was pretty awesome. So thanks for at least doing it last year. But yeah, we do want to do it again this year, and let's have a good time with it. Thank you. Or any questions?
Any questions? None? Thank you.
No, thanks.
Anyone else?
Mayor, council, town manager. This is my first time too. I'm a little nervous as well. My name's Chad Belvell. I'm a farmer. I operate at the Old Blossoms Nursery. This will be my third full season there. My third full season vending the entire year at the market. Prior to that, I've vended part-time for 3 other seasons, so this will be my 6th year selling there. I don't have any experience with any of the old locations as far as the Ag Center or the county location. I started over at Town Hall, and it was pretty good. I grew up in central Illinois. My family had a very large truck farm. We did 88 acres of produce there, about another 1,200 acres of grain. I've been in agriculture my entire life. I kind of ran away from it for a good period of time, but I grew up in central Illinois, and I did farmers markets there from the time I was a young kid. Wednesdays, Saturdays, farmers markets. Moved to the Pacific Northwest, worked on some farms there, worked the Portland markets. Portland has a very vibrant farmers market scene, several of them. It's a large metropolis area. From there, I moved to Missoula, Montana. It's a little bigger than here. They actually support 2 farmers markets on Saturday with a crafts fair in the middle. They basically shut down about 6 city blocks all day on Saturday to support 2 farmers markets and a crafts fair. And there's thousands of people milling around, supporting the local businesses. But back to our issue at hand here. The town hall location, it was a good location. A lot of foot traffic from the tourists there. We all rely on tourist dollars here. The Plaza merchants, all our service industries, we all count on them. And for me, not being in the general Plaza vicinity is going to have a negative impact on my business and my future. I need to know whether Taos Farmers Market, Inc. has a lease from the town of Taos in a location where I'm going to get those tourist dollars as well. I estimate that a full 50% of my weekly income comes from tourists buying my produce, my flowers, my sprouts. If we're forced to move to a county location or a private location where we're not going to draw those tourists in because they're not going to come, not as many. People aren't going to come to town and they're not going to be driving through the gridlock looking for some place to park to come to the plaza. They're not going to stop at the county location. They're not going to stop at the Kachina Lodge. They're not even going to know we exist. Will the Taos Farmers Market fail if we're not on the plaza or at the town hall location? No, but it's not going to be as good and as vibrant as it is. The plaza location was a rousing success. I don't know how an extra 20 or 25,000 people in the 200 hours a year were on the plaza. That's what it works out to be, right? 8 hours, 25 days, 200 hours. That's what we take up. And we bring in an extra 20 or 25,000 people onto the plaza. I don't understand how that negatively impacts anyone's business. Just like Mr. Cochran, I went over to Sunshades and I bought a pair of sunglasses too. I walk over to Taos Mountain Outfitters, buy some Keen shoes after I make money on the market. But what it comes down to is I, and probably every other farmer, we really need to know whether we have a lease and where it's going to be at. I need to go home. I need to order seeds. I need to know whether I'm going back to my farm tomorrow and cultivating more land and increasing my production because the market is on the plaza, whether I need to hire employees in March and April to help me expand my business, or whether I need to downscale and completely take a look at my business model. As a farmer, every year, I have to kind of make a guess on what the public's going to want, what you're going to want. Some of you come buy produce from me. Mr. Mayor, you have. Mr. Bellis, he comes, he buys produce from me. I have to kind of guess what you guys want. And it's a constant evolution. And maybe some of the plaza merchants need to evolve a little bit too and learn how to attract in some of those 20 or 25,000 people that are on their doorstep. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone else? Sir.
Hello. Good evening, actually, now, Mayor, Town Manager, City Councilman, Councilwoman. My name is Angela McCourse. I'm the Director of Comida. I was the former manager of the Red Willow Farm over on Taos Pueblo, and I'm now the current president of the Red Willow Community Growers Cooperative out there on the Pueblo. And I am just here to inform the council, mayor, manager, as well as the public as to what Comida is, its mission, and what we intend to do and who we are and what we intend to be and provide for the community. And I have been sitting here and have strategically waited to hopefully be the last person to speak, and I hope that my speech here will make others stand up and share what they may think about what I have to say. But seeing all of this lack of communication between farmers, farmers markets, nonprofits, brick and mortars, the town, it's obvious to me, and it's the main reason why I myself approached Marco and requested to be a strong driving force in Comida to serve our community as the super glue and the thing that's going to hold our agricultural community together and lead it into the future. Because I feel that all this discontent within our agricultural community can be easily resolved if there is an organization that can serve as a networking hub for all the parties involved in our agricultural community. And when we look at economic development, because agriculture can be a strong economic development tool if it is properly planned and everybody who's in on this agricultural endeavor is on the same page, trying to improve their lives, their community, their property, and the health of our overall people, everybody around us. And I believe that Comida is going to serve our agricultural community in invaluable ways by developing tools to quantify all of these concerns that have been talked about and put to you guys today, as far as looking at businesses, how businesses are affected. We have already mentioned a survey in the open discussion, community discussion portion of this meeting here today. And what we had found from the surveying of the Plaza brick and mortar stores is that we have found an overwhelming support for the farmers market on the Plaza, because the main factor is the increase in business for all parties involved. And yes, there are a few, I would say about 20–25% of those businesses, brick and mortars, that either had no comment or were opposed to the farmers market. But what should be paid attention to is the overwhelming majority. And as we grow, since we are, as Fritz called us, the new kid on the block, I will not deny that. I am a 26-year-old man sitting up here, speaking in front of the council and acknowledging the town and their concerns. And I'm here as a young man who's going to be in this community. I was born in this community. I'm from this community. I've grown in this community in all ways with the earth. Even learning, speaking right now is helping me grow. But what I'm saying is that I'm dedicated to the farming and agricultural community here in Taos and at Taos Pueblo. And what we need is a network to connect everybody in a sense that we can all unify and come together to agree on all these issues that we've been arguing about or that we've been separated on, because we're all trying to go towards the same end, which is economic prosperity and happiness. And Comida, even though we're a new kid on the block, it's obvious that there's a need for some sort of organization. And I feel that there have been attacks on Marco Schmidt just because of previous relationships with TFMI Inc. or TFMI and other members of the community who hadn't approved of his actions in the past. But he is a definitely dedicated community organizer looking to improve his surroundings and the place he lives in. And those are the type of community members that we need. Just as a farmer works to improve the land and to retain the water in his property and to feed his neighbors, a community organizer is there to make sure that all the farmers know who each other is and is able to expose resources and help to those farmers to offer supplemental support in various ways. Comida is an organization where we're trying to organize educational opportunities for farmers to be able to expand their product offerings, whether it be more vegetables or whether we can conduct studies to figure out if they need to narrow down their focus to be a more profitable business, if they want to look at value-added products. We're looking to be the vessel to give the people, farmers, businesses, city, town entities, the handshakes they need to move forward to get issues resolved like this farmers market on the Plaza. Because it sounds to me like everybody can benefit from having a farmer's market, and from having a farmer's market on the plaza, there's a lot more benefits that I've heard today than there are detriments to granting a lease and allowing the farmer's market to be held on the plaza. Comida, we are here to create the numbers, to get those kind of data that will support all the issues and the concerns of our local farmers here in the area. And we're looking to make sure that our agricultural community stays vibrant, and also to focus on small business resilience, because as we all know, farming is not an easy job. I've been a farmer myself. That's what I did in college. I studied it. I came back home. I managed a farm for years, and now I am been moved up to a strategic level of trying to think about how we can all come to a level playing field and be able to benefit with each other and work in a symbiotic relationships rather than having these factions where we're all separated. Where Comida is looking to be that entity to serve as a network and a hub for all these farmers, businesses, city council people, everybody. And I want everybody to know that just because an organization is born, it has to crawl before it can walk, and it has to walk before it can run. But with this kind of motivation and this demand and need for these services in our agricultural community, we'll be growing exponentially and making leaps and bounds in the years to come. And the new kid on the block may become somebody who's helping you in your garden, or somebody who's helping you develop your business and help you figure out the financial end of your entire operation. These are the types of supports and needs that the farmer has been speaking about here today. And we've been working on tools like survey, like how we surveyed the plaza to see to gauge how the farmer's market has affected, and if there's people in support. And not only that, but we approach it in a constructive manner, also trying to extract information about what could be helpful to the merchants to be able to allow the farmer's market to be on the plaza, how they can be helped to keep that farmer's market on the plaza. We've also developed another survey that has yet to be released, but the city council has seen it. And it is trying to gauge the specific needs and desires of our agricultural community. But as it's been said, we are a new organization, yet this organization didn't just come out of spite of one individual. It was born because of the demand and the need for an organization that can serve to bring our agricultural community together. I myself am proud to be a director of this organization because I feel it's going to be important as a lubricator and as a fertilizer, if you will, to help our agricultural community grow. We also have Roberta Salazar, who is on our board. She is a very reputable member of our community. She is responsible for rivers and birds. We also have Christopher Madrid, who is with the Department of Economic Development for Rio Arriba County.
Angelo, if you'll kind of wrap it up.
Okay, sure. So my point is I could list our board members and tell you about their credentials, but overall, Comida is an organization that just wasn't thought up overnight, and it wasn't just as a wrench in the gears, if you will. We're serving as a lubricator or as fertilizer to help something grow. And I'll stop there because I know it's going to be a long night.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, Angelo, I would like to hear, and I think it's important for the council, and I think it's important for TFMI to know who your board members are. So if you would take just a minute to go back over that list. Thank you.
So, sure. Roberta Salazar, Rivers and Birds. We have Christopher Madrid. He works with the Economic Development Department for Rio Arriba County. We also have Ron Boyd, who is a former member of the TFMI board, and he's also with Skarsgård Farms And we also have Jacqueline Brisson-Stahl, who is owner of Bison Star Naturals and a vendor at the Taos Farmers Market.
Excuse me. Could I ask the audience if you're going to have a conversation to, forgive me.
Not a problem.
So could we go over that again? I really need for the folks at TFMI to hear who's on this board. This is not a quickly thought, this is not a snap judgment. I'm sorry, Angela, to make you go through that again.
That is fine. I'm comfortable with repeating myself. We do have Roberta Salazar. We have Christopher Madrid. We have Ron Boyd and Jacqueline Brisson-Stahl. And Jacqueline Brisson-Stahl, owner of Bison Star Naturals, vendor at Taos Farmers Market. Ron Boyd, who was a former board member for Taos Farmers Market, Inc., and he is a vendor at Skarsgård Farms at the Farmers Market. Christopher Madrid, he is in the Economic Development Department for Rio Arriba County, and we also have Roberta Salazar with Rivers and Birds. And of course, beyond those key public local figures that we have here who are recognizable, iconic people in Taos and New Mexico, we also have a lot of community members and farmers behind us as well.
Thank you, Angela.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, fellow councilors.
So, council, what's the wishes?
Um,
Oh, do we have somebody else that wanted to talk?
Can I come back up for just a moment?
I know, we've already, somebody new?
I appreciate this opportunity. I'm new to Taos. I've been here 2 years, and I work for Sunshades of Taos. And I grew up on a dairy farm, so I'm very sympathetic.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but what is your name for the record?
I'm sorry. My name's Brenda Hutchins. I grew up on a dairy farm. My ex-husband and I owned a farm. We grew potatoes. We had 160 acres. We are not against the farmers. We're just against the location. And the reason we're upset about the location is it has cut into our business at a rate of $10,000 per month. I might not have a job by the end of the summer, and I love this job. I've been an optician for 20 years. But I want you to know that I have been to the farmer's market. I haven't been to the one on the plaza, but I have been when it was over by the library. I enjoy it a lot. We're not against the farmers, but our business is suffering a great deal. And I know a lot about farming. I know you have to plan ahead. I know it costs a lot to raise what you raise on a farm. But we'd really appreciate your consideration. There's businesses that possibility will have to close and leave the plaza. And then I know you're trying to make the plaza better, but if there's not businesses there, we can't grow and prosper. And I've been coming to Taos since I was a little girl. And the things we looked forward to coming to was the plaza, the pueblo, and the gorge. And I just appreciate your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Council?
Yeah, I'd like to comment. This is such an emotional issue, and everybody's so passionate about it. The farmer's market's going to thrive regardless whether it's on the plaza or not. People like the farmer's market. They're going to seek it out wherever it is. Something that I haven't heard and are the issues to address. And it's all good if it's logical, practical, but we got to get common sense here. And I have a list of things that have not been addressed either by the farmer's market or the town of Taos. First of all, I would like to keep the plaza open if at all possible, if it was to stay in the plaza. I would also like to see a master parking plan, and this needs to be worked in by the chief of police and staff. I would like to see a serious bus plan because the buses last summer were a fiasco, and that is potentially a lot of customers. I would like a plan for expansion. I myself in August suggested using all the alleys, using Bent Street, using Dunn House, but it was sort of swept under the rug, and I was sort of excluded, really. There were meetings going on, but not with me. I would like a quantifiable survey done by the Town of Taos, because there was one done by merchants last year, I believe Lynn Whitfield. I'm sorry if that's your wrong name. Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald, I'm so sorry. But I feel like that one wasn't taken serious. There's one now by the farmer's market that we're supposed to accept, but yet the Town of Taos has not done our own. It hasn't been presented to us as far as a vision and of organization by our town manager, or even Councilman Hahn, who's had more meetings on this, who knows more about comidas and TFMI, I believe. And also we need signage. There has to be a plan. It has to be common sense. And everybody's running on these emotions, and yeah, we loved it on the plaza. It would be wonderful if it could stay there again. But I want to address all these issues because they're real, and the merchants are affected. And if there's a way of making this all work, well, we'll have a big special event and party and concert. But, you know, we are planning on events in the plaza and to utilize the plaza for things. But anyway, I just wanted to say those are the issues I want addressed before I make a decision on this.
Council? I know we had a number of farmers that spoke up. Councilor Peralta?
Mr. Mayor, I believe that we have a lease with Taos Farmers Market Incorporated, correct? That's for what, 3 years? You don't have to come up.
It is it's a 4-year lease with 2 years remaining.
Okay, with 2 years remaining. What, you include this year or 2 years after this?
15 and 16.
Okay. I just think that we should continue our agreement with the farmers market and any other side things that are going on. That's up to somebody else to handle, not us. That's not our decision, and it shouldn't be in our purview. And so the question before us today is really, do we want to have the farmers market on the plaza this year and next year? And I think that there are some true concerns that haven't been addressed, as Councilmember Cantu has indicated, that need to be talked about. There's also one other thing that hasn't been talked about, and that is it hasn't come to the council for free parking again this year. That was a one-year deal. So that's another thing we have to talk about, free parking. And the issue there is one that we need a lot of improvements to the plaza area. And we don't have very much pocket change. And one of the things that all of this activity that the farmers market drives to the plaza, by not having free parking, can drive some revenues to support the needs of the plaza. Now, I know that isn't necessarily a comforting thought for a lot of the customers that come to the farmers market, but you know, our facilities need help. And the more people we put into those facilities, the more help they're going to need. And so I'm just looking at it and putting it out there as a thought. But I do think some of these issues can be addressed between now and the time that the market opens. But I really feel that they need to be addressed, and I think they're real concerns. How are we going to, if it goes on the plaza, and that vote hasn't been taken yet, so I'm still saying if. I don't know which way it's going to go. But if it does, then there's got to be those things that we talked about last Thursday have to be refined as to how we ensure that there's accessibility to all of the merchants on the plaza, whether they're in the market or they're in the brick and mortar. And we have to concern ourselves also with the number of people who come in and traffic. And how do we protect little kids from running away from their parents and getting in the way of vehicles? I think the chief stays awake at night thinking about that. But, you know, this is why it's important for us to have these discussions and understand that this is something that the community wants to have and wants to protect, wants to grow. And so how do we do it in a manner that is takes into consideration all of the needs of the community? And I think there's some of these things we can address today, you know, by saying, yes, we will do these things that are necessary to improve and to support all of the people involved, whether they be customers of one kind or another, because we're all customers of each other, whether we're a merchant or we are a individual purchaser. We're all customers of each other. So we've got to work out some of these issues to make this thing work properly. And that's all I'm asking. But I'm not going to get into the other issues that we've talked about today. I think it's just a matter of now, do we continue with the contract that we have for leasing the plaza or some property on the town or not? Thank you.
Well, I'm very grateful for everyone's participation and the council's thoughtful consideration. I'd like to remind everybody we're going to be meeting in 3 weeks to fine-tune our decision that we make tonight. I'd like to reemphasize Councilwoman Cantu's suggestions, and perhaps if we do approve this renewal, that we address those concerns that Councilwoman Cantu brought up. I do feel that the relationship between Comida and TFMI is key to a successful operation this summer. And so I'd like to propose a motion that we approve the farmers market in the plaza for this summer and only this summer, reassess again in the fall, and look at the collaborative partnership between Comida as an outreach for business and farmers, and the success or not of TFMI, notwithstanding Councilwoman Cantu's, I think, very legitimate concerns. That's my motion.
Mr. Mayor, could I just,
Let-
I'm
let
sorry,
me- we
could
have-
I-
okay, go
I
ahead.
just wanted to clarify the concerns that were listed so that I have those down. A bus plan.
We need a second
Okay.
before we go
Oh, I'm
any
sorry.
further.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Mr. Mayor, I can't second the motion with the conditions that Councilmember Hahn has put on it. I think it should be a simple motion of continuing the contract and being on the plaza, and I can second that motion with no other conditions other than correcting the issues that have been voiced by Councilmember Cantu.
The motion is still on the floor, and it's waiting for a second.
We have a second. And Councilman, you know, I would second that, but I can't because, you know, I can make a motion in a second, but then I have to step down from my seat. So I don't want to do that, so. Council? So motion dies for a lack of a second. Do we have another
Yes.
motion?
I would like to make a motion to table this for further discussion until all these issues that I addressed can be looked into and brought back to us. But I don't want to leave it open-ended, so I would like to see if we could do this by the next council meeting.
Well, I don't know that we could do that by the next council, but that's up to the council.
I could amend that, 30 days.
I'll second that for purposes of discussion. We had, Councilwoman, am I incorrect? We were going to meet again in 3
Motion
weeks.
to table is not discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
Motion to table has no discussion. It's either tabled or it's not.
So where are we at? I thought you made a
I
motion.
made a motion to table.
To table.
Oh, to table it.
To table this.
Oh, okay.
Did you withdraw your motion, Counselor?
Sure.
Yeah. So there's a motion on the floor, and I don't hear a second, so motion dies for a lack of a second. Counsel?
I'd like to make a motion that we continue the farmer's market on the plaza for one more year under the current contract that we have with Taos Farmers Market.
I'll second that.
Do I have a motion and a second discussion?
Discussion. I would ask that we direct staff to look into all of the issues that we have of concern that Councilmember Cantu has voiced, and maybe some others that may have been voiced by other individuals, to ensure that we have the best possible farmers market this year.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, can I just list those to be sure that I have a complete list? There was a bus plan.
It's an overall master plan, long-term. I may have forgotten to put that one, but
Okay.
master parking plan, a serious bus plan,
Okay.
a plan for expansion. I would like a quantifiable survey done by the town of Taos. And I want to know about the signage.
Excuse me, Mayor, Councilmember Cantu, I also listed that you wanted to keep the plaza open as long as possible.
Oh, yes, thank you, Renee, thank you, Renee.
And also address using the alley and Bench Street as expansion points for the farmers market.
And that was a suggestion from last August.
That part isn't in the motion, so we, yeah.
Restricted to the plaza.
So, Counselor, I just, in your motion, I think we, in adopting the closure of the plaza, we were looking at the one street being open. Is that going to continue in the motion?
Yeah, it's continuing the contract that we have currently, under the terms we have now.
I just wanted to make sure and clarify that, so the plaza won't be totally closed, that one street would be open. Correct. Okay, so we have a motion, we're under discussion, you got your items forward to Mr. Bellis. No further discussion?
Real quick, Mr. Mayor, can I just ask the chief one more time? After a year of the market being under your belt, your honest-to-God opinion, are we doing everything possible right that we can be doing to not create any public safety issues with regards to kids and traffic and everything else? Buses backing out into the main highway.
Right. Councilmember, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager. I believe my job is to say yes. I believe my job is to make this work. I certainly learned a whole lot last summer. I think there's always room for improvement. I really think this will require me to really up the communication game, and I'm really pretty optimistic that we can make this work. There are going to be a number of things that we need to do. Wholly in agreement with Council Member Cantu with the signage and the parking and the buses, and there's just a lot of kind of loose ends. And since last summer, this has kind of been one of those thoughts I go to when I don't have anything going on, so I'm actually pretty optimistic. If I were to really say, what would be my really preferred position, it would be to completely close the plaza and to make it all foot traffic. Because if we want to use the plaza and then also expand into Bench Street and whatever, I now have the pedestrian thoroughfare that we need to control. And like I've said before, my job is to say yes and figure out that solution, and I think I can. I think we can.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Discussion, any further discussion? If not, call for the vote.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Cantu.
Oh, Cantu, I'm sorry.
I was looking at you.
I thought you said,
Sorry. I was looking right at you.
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Han.
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu.
No.
Councilmember Gonzales.
Yes.
So, thank you. Thank you for all the good discussion.
1 year.
It was 1 year.
I've got a phone home.
So, can we take a few minute break?
Please.
Get a hamburger for.
I got a phone home,
So,
Fred.
we have do we need a motion? We need a motion, do we?
Yeah.
A motion for a few minute break?
5-minute break. I'll
We have
second.
a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Okay. So, guess we can, well, a motion to come back into session. We can do it the other way, but a motion. A second. All in favor? Aye. Okay. I know we have an item that we added to the agenda, and I can't remember the number of it, what we numbered or lettered it. Council?
I believe we put it under council reports.
Under council report.
As the next
And
letter.
Mr. Bellis, you want to take that on, that item on?
Based on a workshop we had earlier with MFA and Santa Fe Housing, there was a discussion that we have a deadline coming up in regards to a project that the town and the Housing Corporation have been working on together. If we're going to make the deadline for the tax credit requirements, which is February 2nd. So that means we need to serve notice tonight of intent to have a special meeting if we're to take action, because they need an original resolution signed to take with them. And I believe we're beyond the deadline to do a Friday meeting, so it would have to be a Monday morning meeting. And that was, council was going to discuss that with the housing provider to see if there was a way to meet the conditions as were outlined by council members, that we weren't obligated financially should the grants and other in-kind not come through. And council, have you been able to do that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and Mr. Manager. I looked at the proposed proposed resolution, which is the same resolution that was pretty much the same that was adopted by the council last year, and I don't see any problems with it. As I said previously in the meeting, that although it's not a ironclad commitment by the council, it's certainly an indication of their commitment to proceed with the partnership with the Housing Authority to do the project as it was described. It entails a grant application down the road, as well as a LURA, which is a restrictive agreement on the project, and as well as a commitment, again, not ironclad, to provide funding, as was stated earlier, in the total of approximately $1.1 million by different means. It indicates that the town has already contributed $100,000 to the matter. There's also with it a letter that they would like us to submit, and I've discussed those changes with Ms. Welsh, and Justin's last name is, I'm sorry, Mr. Robeson, and whatever changes I wish to make, they're certainly happy with. They say that if we were to provide the resolution, if it were to pass on a Monday morning meeting, they have to submit their application by close of business on Monday, February 2nd, but there's a way that we can do that.
So, with that said,
I don't think we need a motion, but if one member of the council would request, we can certainly give notice and set an agenda for a special meeting Monday morning.
Counselor?
I so request there, Mr. Legal Counsel.
Okay. Okay. And council, I would just recommend, I know we're kind of getting late in time. Is there any items that, I know we have one item that we, Councilor Peralta would like to take care of tonight, and this is item 13B. Is there any items, council, that you would really need to take care of tonight? If not, maybe we can continue the rest of the meeting till Monday. I think we can do that after that meeting that's going to be noted, if that's all right with council.
Perfectly fine with me,
I think
Mr.
we've
Mayor.
been sitting since 9 o'clock, and Councilwoman?
There is something I would like to address.
Oh, okay, is it under,
Management Council?
okay, so,
My head can only take as much as my butt.
okay, so if we'll, see here, the matters from the council, okay, that's the item that's under that anyway, so would we have a motion then to move up matters and reports from council? And we have a
Second.
second to that? Call for the vote.
Councilmember Gonzales?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I missed who made the
Yes.
motion in second.
The motion was made
Okay.
by, okay, I got it.
Thank you. That's
Okay, so matters and reports from council. Councilor Cantu?
Yes, I find it necessary to read this tonight. I find it necessary to assure it be on public record that I object to how the open public meeting of January 16th was directed. Protocol should have been strictly adhered to and not scripted.
Councilmember, I don't think your mic is working.
The Sunshine Act is a United States law passed in 1976 that affects the operations of the federal government and other legally constituted federal bodies. Sunshine Law is the principle to guide opening meetings. Sunshine Law is to help achieve a democratic ideal. Sunshine Law is based on the foundational aim to keep the public well-informed. According to the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, Chapter 10, Article 15, Section 3B, it is the New Mexico Attorney General who is authorized to enforce its provisions. This is how fundamental this prudent law is to the integrity of the entire democratic process. A violation of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act occurred on the evening of January 16, 2015. Here in this precious community we so wholeheartedly call home. It is unacceptable. Open meetings are to ensure the public is well-informed and not a fiasco. This is a personnel matter which is to be kept confidential. In order for change to occur, the one change most needed is that political system becomes a body of policy makers who will commit to the sanctity of their position to the people. True transparency and accountability can best assure that elected officials are accountable by strict adherence to the law. The message at this time, in time, is a message being systematically imposed upon the public. This message is as shady as the Town of Taos header on the town website that declares, "Your 24-hour city hall." Is this subconsciously public disclosure of done unintentionally, done in capitals with drop shadow fonts that are hard to read? Council hasn't been able to function in full capacity. There is a resistance to treat those who were elected before to be treated as viable. This vulgarity is kidnapping the viability of the council to be able to function as a team. The town is not being managed as prescribed by law. Everyone was elected to create and ensure well and good policy standards. Instead, as proven by the last open meeting, the protocol of the law was discarded in favor of a staging. I know that Rick Bellis was not elected in. As a counselor, I cannot approve of the hierarchy, Mayor Bellis, Pro Tem BARRONE, to work to hoodwink the public and the political process. The public is being misled and believe a fiction, and someone is working very hard, at least 24 hours a day, according to the website, to assure that the public believe we are at war. This smoke and mirror charade tactic is misleading and assures that the public remain uninformed. Council hasn't been able to function in full capacity because we as a cohesive unit haven't been allowed to function as a team. Too much secretiveness is going on and too many actions are questionable. The frustration within has imposed the same frustration without. The ploys upon council have been the ploys upon the public. What is going on is an abuse of power. That is as shady as the shadow box on the town website header. This is an offense to the entire office and policies that we have been sworn by oath to uphold. This is an offense upon the entire council, and as of now, it flows out invasively upon the public. It is critical that public officials act with the highest integrity. I am making a plea that everyone should please cease your swords. The mind of this entire community is being shanghaied by an untruth. There was never a war, and doing the right thing should not be so hard. Good government cannot and should not molest the minds of people. Council must enforce the sanctity of our community. It is what we have been sworn to do. Therefore, I request that the right thing be done. And Mr. Bellis, I honorably ask that you resign your position. That's my statement.
Thank you, Counselor. And I'll reach across the table, and I've invited you in many times now, and text and emailed. My door is always open. I will greet you with great respect, as I have before, and continue to have my door open anytime you'd like to discuss anything. I think we can have that good working relationship. You make mention in your statement that we want to put our swords away, but then in that same statement, you stabbed me. So, wait. The same statement, you stabbed me with that same sword that you asked us to put away. I don't know who you've got the information for that we violated anything. I think that's your I understood it was turned over to the authority or I can't remember the municipal league or any of them to review it. So again, my door is always open. I'd love to sit and talk to you. I think Mr. Lopez has had an open door policy with you and invited you in every Monday. I think Mr. Bellis has also. And I think if there's any other staff member here that would love to discuss any relevant information, they lend their hand very well to all of us. I don't think they, some yes and some no. I think our staff is very professional, and I hope that, again, Councilor Cantu, that we can get through this. Again, I never had a sword, and I never wished to have a sword. My whole objective is when that many people show up, and when I promised that we would listen to the people anytime we get that opportunity to listen to the people. And that's all I did, is have a request to listen to the people. That was the extent of it.
That was a fiasco. It was disrespectful. It was a personnel issue. Emails were sent out. In fact, one of them returned directly to me. That was not okay. Protocol was broken, and I guess this is something that's going to be looked into. So that's my statement.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Cantu, I appreciate your statements. Here's the reality that I see. We have over $10 million in reconstruction to do on buildings. We have $85 million in road repairs and reconstruction. We probably have another $100 million in water and sewage and other infrastructure repairs. We are a town who operates on $10 million a year, $11 million in revenue or income, with $200 million in liabilities. It's my opinion that for the sake of the community, we need to maintain a stable leadership management at Town Hall. Without that stability, we are guaranteed to be bankrupt in less than 5 years. With that stability, keeping our department heads where they are, keeping our manager where he is, we have a fighting chance. We're about to go into budget hearings and budget adjustments, and the picture just gets darker and darker. I plead with my fellow councilors. We've made great progress since the Friday night massacre, if you will. And I agree, some egregious and stupid things were said. And on behalf of those people who made those remarks, I apologize. We did have an overwhelming turnout in support. I don't wish to remove the scab that's only recently begun to heal, but I am pleading with my fellow councilors. We've made great progress the last 10 days, 2 weeks. We found a lot of common ground. And we literally are at a crossroads. Our town will be bankrupt. It will be known as the Detroit of New Mexico within 5 years if we can't keep a stable, consistent leadership, managerial structure. And so my plea to my fellow councilors is, let's forgive, let's move on, let's solve the problems. We've got budget hearings coming up. Let's really tackle these issues. Thank you for listening.
Councilwoman, if it takes an apology from me, I apologize. But if a group of people showed up again today, I can't say I wouldn't do the same thing, because when we took the oath of office, we agreed to listen to the people. It's government for the people, with the people. And it would be hard for me to turn, I don't know how many people were here, away. But I apologize if they offended you. It wasn't my doing. I just gave them the opportunity to speak. And I apologize if there's anything that I can, I tried to reach across the table, and I
tried to reach across the table that morning as well, and it was scripted, and I did get a link back, actually from Councilman Hahn's email that he had sent to everybody, who sent it to everybody. So it was scripted, and it was a setup.
And
actually,
That's all I'm gonna say
Councilwoman, I was not the one that asked for this. I simply alerted the public, and I'm glad that the public responded, because they care. If we're at war, we are at war against indifference. And if anything, the Friday night meeting showed that the people do care, and many, many more watched it on television and on the computer that night, and then again last Monday. I plead with you, please let us do the work of the council. Let us be fiscally prudent, and let's plan a strategy to keep us out of bankruptcy. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, anything else on this item? Okay. The next item would be the Town of Taos UNM parking agreement, discussion and consideration and possible action regarding a parking agreement between the Town of Taos and UNM for the use by UNM-Taos downtown campus students of parking at Town Hall and Library. Councilman Peralta, I think you're the champion on this.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, it came to light at the meeting with the Committee on Higher Education in reviewing the purchase agreement for the property, and their indication was that they needed to have a indication that there was available parking for the students and faculty. And as part of that, the school has provided them with 20 spaces, and what I'm asking is that we not reserve, but that we placard a location within the town hall parking lot saying that this area is available for student and faculty parking, and that's all they want. It's just an assurance that there is available parking so that when their students are coming for final exams or something like that, they have a place to park and can take care of them and not be lose out on their requirements. And so I indicated to them that I would bring it before the council, and I don't see any reason why we can't do that. It's the same parking that we had guaranteed for the convention center, and so it's the same thing, but about 1/5 of what was required for the convention center. So I think it's not a guaranteed parking, it's just a set aside that if the students use it, it shows that they can use it, but it will not eliminate anybody else who needs that parking as well.
And do you have any recommendations, Councilor, is certain parking in the?
My feeling would be the back parking lot towards the library in that area, so it's away from the people who need to have parking for immediate service with the council when we have meetings here in the council chambers, or for people who are going to town hall for business. And it's the area of the parking lot that's really not being used very much.
I guess, Councilman, my only request would be that the reserved parking for customers of the town right up next to the steps coming up to Town Hall be kept open for citizens who need to pay water bills.
That signage and that would not change. This would just
Okay.
take
In the back.
some of the spaces down towards the far end, away from that area, over by the murals,
Mhm.
and just put a sign there, parking available for students and faculty of UNM. The other thing, Mr. Mayor, so I'll entertain a motion to approve that, because we'll need to send a letter on to UNM to take to the Commission on Higher Education and also to the Board of Finance.
So we have a motion and a second. Councilor Peralta, you then will direct staff to get that letter prepared for
Yes.
signature? Okay. And giving me the authority to sign it?
Yes, the meeting is on the 11th, and then the meeting with the Board of Finance, I believe, is on the 17th.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? None. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzales?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I have one other item.
I just had a quick question. To whom should the letter be addressed?
To the key,
Require
could be to the Commission on Higher Education,
or to somebody at UNM?
or somebody UNM, which would be Kate O'Neill.
Kate O'Neill, okay.
Councilman?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to have on the agenda for the next council meeting in February 10th. We have two issues with the property. One is there is an encroachment of the building onto public right-of-way by a few inches. And so UNM is requesting that we make an amendment to the purchase agreement to allow for that encroachment. It's a buttress at the end of the building that's slipped off of the property line and into the right-of-way of the town. And they don't need to have a deed correction, they just need to have approval that that's okay for that encroachment to be there. The other thing that they need is the drainage from the building goes into our storm drain. And so we need to give them approval to continue that drainage because there's no property for them to retain any of the runoff. And so that's all we need. So as the building is improved and that, the drainage that is there now continues. And so that's the other thing that we would need to approve at the next meeting. And this would also be an agreement to allow a letter by Floyd to be sent to the Commission on Higher Education that we're taking care of these issues. There's also one other issue with the property on the backside of the building, but that has to do with the volunteer fire department's ownership of property. And that is being taken care of with them, but just to let you know that will clear up all of the items that we need to take care of to finish this off.
Okay. So we can get that done, Mr. Bellis, for our next meeting?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay.
And just one other informational thing is that the Commission on Higher Education indicated that the bonds for the $4 million to improve the property will be sold in March. So we're looking at construction on the renovations and conversion of that building to start probably around May or June.
On both buildings simultaneously?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Lopez?
So if I'm correct, I'm receiving the council's direction to send the letter to UNM tomorrow saying that we're going to place those two items on the agenda on February 10th.
That's what I'm asking for, yes.
Okay. But the letter for the parking, we already.
Correct.
Right. Yeah. So, okay.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
We took a vote on the other one, right?
Right.
Okay. So council, is the wishes of the council to what is it called?
Continue?
Continue this meeting till Monday after the
9 o'clock special meeting.
the 9 o'clock possible special meeting?
Does that include the executive session?
Correct.
So just for clarification, 9 o'clock special to review Santa Fe Housing Authority?
Possible special meeting, yes.
Oh, I thought we had,
Well, we directed staff to put it on there, so we will, yes.
And then plus the remaining agenda items on today's meeting, including the executive session.
Yes. And Councilor Peralta, you would be available by phone?
I'll come in.
Oh, okay.
It's going to be too long for me not to come in.
Okay. So,
and so then we'll be meeting right after the special meeting.
so we have a motion to that and a second?
So move.
We have a second to that?
Second.
Any discussion? Not call for the vote.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzales?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Bueno. Thank you,
I
everybody.
make a motion to adjourn.
Oh,
Second.
Actually, I can't do that. I have to make a motion to recess until Monday morning.
Yes, there we go. That's what I was looking for.
Okay.
Sorry.
Let's have a
You're
fun-
okay with
I don't
my
wanna adjourn
second?
because then we- yes. We already had done that.
No,
That
they're
we
going
did.
to vote for recess.
Gracious.
Oh, all of,
Yes.
call for the vote
Yes.
to recess to Monday morning.
Councilmember Han? Call for the
Councilmember Han.
vote.
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzales?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?